All right, here we are. Welcome to the Paradise Found channel, and I'm back with Joshua James Bolliero, straight out of Detroit, Michigan, the Motor City, home of Iggy Pop and all things hard and wonderful. And yeah, we just are wanting to chat about concave Earth, about many things that are going on inside the Earth. Just taking a look at Jaren's stream, a little flat Earth. Still going strong with the flat Earth. They are, Josh.
Yeah, I guess.
What's your?
Well, they're all just, I mean, they try to. I mean, they justify it by saying that being lukewarm stepping stones is going to be good enough. I guess. I don't know. I don't think so.
Mm. Do
But
you
I'm not.
think?
I'm not the judge, so who knows? You know.
Do you think like the main people in some of these main channels like Jarenism and Nathan Oakley? Do you think that they might have an inclination that it is concave, but they just cannot let their self go there because of the concave Earth stigma?
Um, Most of them know, and they're just lying.
They just keep on going.
Yeah, I mean, because I was honest with myself, and if first of all, they wouldn't if they were speaking genuine truth and they were just grassroots as everybody thinks, then they probably wouldn't have such a large following. Number one, um, so they're allowed to speak their truth because they're not truth.
Mm.
and and I say this because I was a flat earther myself for quite a while, and I came to the realization that I was never going to find a flat Earth map that you can navigate airplanes with or boats with,
Mm.
for that matter. And you can't navigate at all with any flat uh, surface, whether it be a flat circle Earth or flat square Earth or flat rectangle Earth. Any type of flat doesn't work with stars or the map, navigation. It just doesn't work.
So, what was
Um,
the main thing in flat Earth that you really just like had a hard time resolving? Because I see over here on Jaren's channel, they're still
well,
trying to resolve those southern flights. Was it that really like, man, this?
yeah. I mean, well, because they both have to do with the same thing. They both have to do with unwrapping the South, and now you have to make the southern hemisphere region just proportionate. Because when you flatten out the North, it doesn't change that much. But if you flatten out the South, if you
Oh,
unwrap, whether you're on the inside of the sphere or outside of the sphere, if you take a
yeah.
sphere and you either wrap it outside in or inside out, either way, if you make it flat, um, that the southern exterior portion is going to be all distorted, so it's going to affect your southern stars and subsequently your map. If the Earth is a sphere and the stars are a sphere, convex or concave, then unwrapping both of those spheres and try to represent them in a flat fashion is going to cause great distortion. And that's why flat earthers can't explain the southern stars or the southern map. The southern regions of any map can't be explained by flat earthers unless you have teleporting airplanes and teleporting suns and so on and so
Yeah,
on.
it's really hard to resolve, and that's I think maybe the main
The
thing.
teleporting
How?
sun is more feasible, but teleporting airplanes, like, no,
Yeah, it's.
the
I
southern
mean,
flight
come.
route. A light, okay, yeah, that's feasible. Yeah, God could have created, but the airplanes just like, no, I'm sorry, the Pac-Man, no,
It gets
that's pretty
hard,
wishy-washy right there.
right? So this kind of came over a little period of time where you were kind of out overcoming the flat earth. Because me, I think I got lucky to avoid the flat earth was just because before I kind of had my whole awakening about this subject, I had recently moved to Australia from the northern hemisphere, so it was, like when I heard about flat Earth, it was like no, like, and then I saw some of Steven's work talking about these flights, and I was like, yeah, no, like that don't work. This works. This, just so I avoided all that, which I could have very easily been caught up in if I wasn't, just aware that the southern hemisphere is here and I'm here now and I drive and, the distances are accurate. I could set my Google Maps, and I know people are going to say Google Maps, you're using it, but it's like accurate. Sydney is
Of course it
actually
is,
that
yeah.
big. Yeah, Australia is not 4,000, 5,000 miles
Right.
wide.
And
It's
if we
just,
live on the inside of the sphere versus the outside of the sphere, the maps are going to be relatively the same. Not identical, but close enough where they can deceive the public easily. If the Earth were actually flat, there nothing they wouldn't be able to deceive the public like that with flight routes and all that stuff. But outside of the globe to inside of the globe, you know, that doesn't change the locations of cities too much. When you just switch them from outside of the sphere to
yeah.
inside the sphere, you know.
And so, talk from a perspective, from a flat Earth perspective, exactly what that was like for you when when you were friggin', because you were deep in flat Earth and, like a content creator and uh, actively talking about it. How was that like? What was that process like for you? Just, I don't know, mentally, spiritually, all that. I just want to know how that felt and how it went.
Well, some people will say that flat Earth matters, and I would agree with them. Um, so when like during my time as a flat earther, yes, I was recording footage, yes, I was making content, but I was also learning about all kinds of other residual topics um, that didn't have necessarily to do with the shape of water, but that exposed. I mean, if we're being lied to about our creation, then we're being lied to about all
Yeah.
kinds of. I mean, if we're going to be lied to about our habitat that we live in, whether it's flat, concave, whatever.
Amen.
We're being lied to about our the nature of our cosmos. Period. I'll just leave it at that. And so, if
Right.
that's possible, that we're all deceived about what this world is, and we know we have been, then that means they're lying to us about pretty much everything, anything and everything. So I was learning lots of those anything and everything while I was, and that's why I was a flat earth for so long, was because I had quickly accepted that I was, you know, uh, flat earth is kind of just like a label for everybody that realizes we've been lied to about our habitat. They kind of fall under that category, whether you're researching or just watching videos, or whether you're gathering footage, or whether you're just listening to other people, or or whatever. Um, whatever stage you're at, you've come to the realization that NASA and all these space agencies are full of shit,
Yeah.
and so you're at at that point, regardless of what you claim to know or claim to believe, you're at a point where you're learning about all these other deceptions
Yeah.
that have to be in place. It's all the whole house of cards. That
Right.
type of thing. And so that's what kept me as a quote unquote flat earther for so long, was because I had quickly, realized that, not quickly, well, I quickly realized I was lied to, but
Yeah.
I didn't so quickly adhere to that flat earth label until I had like absorbed myself and seen enough NASA fakery, seen enough P900 footage, seen
Yeah.
enough whatever of the debunks of this and that. And so I spent time learning all kinds of. I spent a lot of time buying books, studying scriptures, researching what the actual Sabbath might be. Just all that
Mm.
stuff. The moon landings and 9/11, and just
Yeah.
touched on everything, the secret societies and all that. The list goes on and on and on with all the things. I'm not going to name everything, but you get the idea. And so, for that reason, um, also at the same time, I think I was also being prevented. Like you said, you were lucky because you came across some information early. I didn't. I spent a lot of time like learning all these other things. I had seen like once or twice in like a couple of years. I had seen like, oh, concave Earth this, concave Earth that, and I just didn't really bother with it. You know what I mean? I just
Mm.
figured it's another, whatever. And so after a couple of years, I started seeing some stuff on Facebook. I would see a post every now and then or a comment or something that would trigger some thought, and I just kind of put it off for a while. But after several times of it, um, after several times, I was, I saw someone asking a question, or I was asked a question that I couldn't really answer, that I had no answer to. After that happened a few times, you know, I started to not really question, but I started to lose confidence in the flatness itself,
Mm.
in the actual shape, even though I knew I was still deceived. And then I was on YouTube one day, and Sam saw me and contacted me, and you know how that cookie crumbled. So that's
Yeah.
pretty much how that went. I was off to the races after that.
And so you just started to see it, and then how quickly did it hit you? Like, oh man, like this is a lot of pieces of the puzzle kind of fit better now.
it's it's almost the ultimate piece of the puzzle,
Right.
because some people would say, "Oh, flat Earth is the ultimate truth because it's proof of creation." It's like, okay, well,
Mm.
what if there was a proof of creation that actually showed you exactly where that
Yeah.
source of creation is? See, flat Earth will just say, "Oh, well, we live, on a flat Earth underneath the firmament, and God is
Yeah.
above the firmament." Okay, well, where above? How far above?
Right.
10 miles above?
Yeah.
4,000 miles above?
It's
twenty
yeah.
thousand miles above? Is God over here to the left, or is he
I don't know.
right above the zenith, or where above the
No,
firmament? Flat Earthers don't have
actually,
an answer. But
actually,
concave,
Josh, your that answer to that question is God has a giant living room, and there's a fish bowl over there. There's a
right?
big bowl, right? And that's Earth is kind of over in the corner of the room there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the same could be said of concave Earth. A concave Earth could still be a physical concave Earth on physical pillars, just like the
Uh,
NBA trophy.
It actually
And there could be like there could be like 4 or 5 of these Earths on a desk if you wanted.
multiple. You would
Yeah,
think God would just keep on creating, right?
we don't know. And so when Scripture talks about beings from other worlds, or stuff like that, it doesn't necessarily mean the outer space heliocentric model is true. But
Mm,
if there's holes at the poles and there are exits to this concave Earth,
mm,
then maybe we could get out of this concave Earth, climb down the pillars,
into a
traverse across the desk, climb up these other pillars over here, and enter into a different concave Earth. I mean, who knows? That just
I
that just
I
gives you
have
an
heard
idea of there actually could be a quote outer space outside of the concave Earth that we live in, where
right.
this creative source is at the center, emanating outwards. And gravity is pushing outwards, keeping us stuck to the inside of the soccer ball like this. But yeah, I mean, who knows? There could be other worlds out there.
Exactly. Yeah, I heard it. Some scientists describe this theory as bubbles on top of bubbles, which it could be very right, like massive amounts. But yeah, so back to the you
The beer mug universe.
right. So when it really hits you and you're like, oh man, I'm gonna have to publicly come out and say I think I'm a concave earther now. How was that transition for you? Was that how'd that
well,
go?
that's obviously difficult because you've spent enough. Now at that point, if I'm one of the people out on Harvard Square and MIT, on the sidewalk telling people that NASA faked the moon landing and all the, doing all this stuff, of course, that's going to be a pretty, you would think that would be a pretty embarrassing or humiliating thing to have to experience, to be so passionate about something and tell almost everybody you come into contact with just to be wrong,
Yeah.
or just not completely wrong, but
Right.
partially wrong,
Ooh. That's got to be tough on the fence
because
when you're trying to convince somebody like, hey, it's flat, it's flat, it's flat, it's flat. I've been trying to tell you for years it's flat. And then when you hook back up and say, no, dude, I was wrong. It's actually concave. And they're going to be like,
right.
come on, dude. Like, right.
so
It's
so
really
like
mind bending.
that flat Earth has a bunch of like they all they there's a bunch of mantras, and one of them is water always finds its own level, right?
Yes.
And so obviously, you can still have level on a convex spherical Earth or in a concave spherical Earth, because anything that remains perpendicular to the center is still going to be level,
Right.
even on a round Earth.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a flat surface. So any sphere
Right.
like this tennis ball,
Yes.
if you're maintaining perpendicularity from the center,
It's
then you're
level.
still flying level. Now, if you're like this, now of course that's not level, you know. But
Correct.
if you draw a line perpendicular like
Yeah.
this, then yeah, you're staying level. And so after saying that so many times, water always finds its level. I take an actual spirit level, you know,
Yeah.
and you'll notice now that they use ethanol in here. They don't use water. They use ethanol because it's thinner and it requires less air pressure to create a more concave bubble. But you can see there that contained fluid, when you add air pressure to contain fluid, it always creates concavity to that fluid.
Yeah.
Air pressure will never cause uh, convexity or flatness to fluid.
No.
It'll always create concavity to fluid. You see, so the water is curving like this, you know.
Once you know it,
And
once you
so, and
see it,
so as a flat earther, when that finally hit me, when I looked at it, and I was just like, "Oh my god, I am so damn stupid." I'm looking at this bubble, and I'm like, "Oh my god, we live in that air bubble. We do
mm,
live on the inside of the sphere, just like that. Hello, you
mm,
know." And but
man,
at the same time, you would think I would feel stupid, but I really just graduated, you know.
right. Well, I mean,
So I
yeah.
quickly
Well,
recognized that, and I was like, okay, now all these people that I thought were my peers and my friends, now they're also enemies. I didn't think that
mm,
right away, but after months of reaching out and just probing and just also doing that, asking the same questions I was asked that I couldn't explain as a flat earther, I started asking those questions, and I'm like, and after I had a big enough sample size, I'm like, yeah, they're obviously all just as good as escape. They know it's concave. They know
wow.
none of them are gonna argue with Steven. None of
No,
them.
they won't even. They won't
And
even
that's
like
when I
they.
that's when I knew I was blown away by Steven's work, and I'm like, okay, this is obviously flat Earth was obviously meant just to generate. It's a two-edged sword. It's either
Yeah.
a stopgap or a stepping stone. It's for
Yeah.
people who see it as a stepping stone, like me, and then you graduate to a more accurate cosmological model of the Earth. And then
And
it's
it.
also a stopgap, because if you can't even consider a flat Earth and you just stay on the heliocentric globe model, well then it, flat Earth is a stopgap to keep you from graduating to a greater sphere.
Yeah. And so,
So
do
it
you
works
think this
both
was like?
ways.
Sorry, just so like it's just such a weird kind of thing, with the flat earth, which is like, I believe, a very good, psychological operation to divert from this concave earth truth. And that, do you find that it's very set up very intricately with, with Lord Stephen Christ being at the head of the concave Earth kind of information, and that kind of being a real rejection point for most flat earthers. So if you could kind of go from your perspective of you being a Christian, coming to this realization and overcoming that, when we're not going to get into about what Stephen believes about himself, that's up to him. But as far as that whole, I know it's very kind of a deep and scary subject for a lot of people who are looking to make this transition. That so yeah, kind of talk about that a little bit, if you would.
I'm a little unclear on what your exact question is, but you're asking me about when a flat earther comes into contact with Stephen's material.
Yeah, just the whole concave Earth with all the what comes with it as far as
right.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, I'll break that up into two halves, and one half is the science, and the other half is residual information that Stephen wants to tell you about himself.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
So anyone, whether they're a flat earther, convex, whatever, anyone, regardless of their current, cosmological beliefs, anyone can become off put or triggered by either of those two halves. And I think the reason Stephen does that is because he wants the people who care about the science to actually achieve knowledge and learn more and to learn more and more about where we live. And so that element, that volatile, perhaps toxic element that Stephen provides does the same thing. It'll push people away that simply are there for egotistical purposes. And so I quickly recognize that. I'm like, aha, that's how Steve is keeping away the people that don't deserve to know. If he didn't do that, there'd be all kinds of people that would learn this stuff that maybe Steve doesn't feel wanted to know that stuff. After a few years of being a concave earther, not after a few years, but after a little while of being a concave earther, I quickly realized that it was after a few years that I actually mastered how to carry my own self appropriately to do the same thing.
Yeah, you know what? You're really kind of opened my eyes a little bit about that, the whole situation. That's and just how much ridicule that LSC has been through. And by the way, shout out to LSC wherever you are. I'm actually praying for you. And I hope that nobody spends any kind of a fucking life in jail, no matter what kind of whatever. I just have to say that public announce that I really admire your conviction. I'll have to say that because man, a lot of people might not believe that you're God, but I do believe that you probably do believe that you are, just from the some of the things that and you've made a lot of mistakes, and haven't we all? But I'll have to say that your work is epic. So bravo.
Yeah, I approve that message. Bravo, because I know how hard it's been for me to walk a similar path. You know what I mean? I know how hard it's been for me to do some of the work that I've done, and he's done so much more of that work for so much longer, and he's really talented at what he does. I'm not a graphic design professor, so of course he's the right candidate to do what he does. So his visual animations are really paramount to helping funneling all this information and into something that's comprehensible. You know what I mean? To
Yeah.
actually to be able to visualize. I could explain something all day long, but if I could show
Yeah.
you visually while I'm explaining it, and so he's done a
Yeah.
massive job of that. He's you know, and there's been a lot of other content creators that have produced a lot of content of their own, a lot of contributors. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
People putting all these map galleries together, and people finding all these other pieces of information from the past, digging up all these other experiments and stuff like that. So, shout out to a lot of the researchers out there.
Yeah.
Um, you
A
know,
lot of good website like what's his name, the Wild Heretic.
yeah, Wild Heretic, yeah, Cast
That's an
Crane,
excellent site. Your channel.
yeah.
Shoot, man. I
There's,
wish
I mean, I'm
Eric
not
was
going to
still
start
around.
listing them all. I'm not going to start listing
Yeah.
off everybody because there's plenty of people out there. But
Kyle Roll and Eric Jorgensen and just a lot of these people who, came on and started talking about this stuff, and the information was really amassing. I think Concave Earth was pretty much on a little roll there for a bit. Had a good little group, and well, I guess maybe has a lot to do with YouTube is
well, I
kind
think
of
I think a lot of it has to do with people. People are. I mean, everything's coming to light right now, and so before COVID, I think people had to. I think there's a lot of people that carry on the flat Earth mantra because they know it's concave. They just don't want to. They don't want to. They're too afraid to come out and say it because they don't want to become targeted individuals. They're afraid, and that's the truth. And
so
you can clearly see that in the in the female flat earthers because just in like comment sections and stuff, you could just tell. It's the same thing as when a woman's arguing when she knows she's wrong. It's the same thing from the female flat earthers. They know they're wrong. You know.
yeah, it's so if you had to like say something to the flat Earth right now, as far as what would you say to somebody?
Well, what I would say to a genuine flat earther isn't the same thing I would say to someone that knows it's not flat, but they're promoting it anyway.
Yeah, so someone
to,
who's on the
to the people
fence.
to the people that know it's concave and they're still just promoting flat anyways, listen, you don't even deserve my attention. um
Yeah,
I got nothing to say to you. I've already said it. You can just catch up.
yeah,
You
they'll
can catch
get
up if you want
500
to,
in a
but i'm
life.
not gonna i'm not gonna slow down just so you can catch up.
Amen.
And to the people that genuinely believe it's flat, um I would say this: hey, I was right there with you. uh you're not wrong knowing that you've been deceived about your habitat, but technically you're wrong about the flatness of water. It's actually curving up, and we live inside, and yada yada. You know what I mean? God's in the middle, heaven, Anunnaki, aliens, whatever you want to call it. Whatever you want to call that creative force at the center. Doesn't matter. Dipole antenna, whatever.
Right.
But that's
Yeah.
where it is. It's no matter where you are in the earth, 4,000 miles above your head, roughly, is,
Yeah.
is where the first
You get
creation.
that down,
It's
you
where the
can
fallen
move
angels
from
were
there.
cast out of heaven. I mean, I could go on and on and on and
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, you can keep on going, right? Now we've deciphered what it is, and we realize that, heaven is a literal place, but that has nothing to do with how you get in the damn place. So, um, then now we have to really come to the realization what this whole
Or
thing
how it,
is really
or how
about.
it, instead of us going in, or how heaven gets out to us.
Right, exactly. Or heaven comes to earth, correct? All those, yes, all that scriptural stuff
Because there's
being
a bunch of
actually
glass and
fulfilled.
ice in the way.
Yeah, literally, right? And um, so let me talk just real quick about so when you actually came out of flat earth, and so the people that you were really close with in flat earth, and you went to talk to them and say, hey, we've been friends for a couple of years now, and now all of a sudden, you bring concave to me. Did you get like, dude, just beat it? Like,
They were not
no,
having it.
they weren't.
They were not having it. They were not happy.
One did. Ernie.
But no, it took him about a year. He wasn't having it right away. No,
Okay.
not
So
right away.
you really kind of
He
felt.
eventually, oh yeah, he eventually came around after about a year. And then he started, you know, telling people it was concave.
Yeah. And there's quite a
I
lot
mean,
of you.
he wasn't able to he wasn't able to provide answers to the same thing that everybody else that
Mm,
was a flat earther that became a concave earther. None of us could. We're all the concave earthers. Most of us are all saying the same thing. Most of the concave earthers I've spoken to, about 70-80% of them, they were all flat earthers.
yeah.
They
Yeah.
all have the same story. We couldn't solve the map and the stars. Pretty much. I mean, there's other problems with it too. I mean, if you got no stars, that means you have no celestial mechanics at all. And
Yeah.
so, along with the lack of map and stars comes no, you don't have
Mm,
any way to make any of the planets or the moon. None of all that goes out the window too.
yeah. And just like in the
All
same with like concave Earth, if there's one real thing that really sticks out that can't be resolved, then we've got to seek elsewhere for this answer. Correct? Like
well,
if
yeah,
there's one
because
hole.
both pole stars are being
Yeah.
recorded in both hemispheres, and uh, the mainstream flat model, flat circle, is there's no there's
Mm,
nowhere to put the southern pole star and
yeah.
the whole southern. There's no where do you put it?
Sigma
Do you,
octantis
do you
is
put
tough.
Sigma Octantis like south
I
of
don't know.
South America, or do you put it south of Africa, or do you put it south of Australia, or do you put it
Mm,
south of Hawaii,
yeah.
somewhere in the middle of the fucking Pacific Ocean? Like where
I've
do you
heard a
put it?
new theory that it's an actual reflection off the dome. It's a reflection in the south.
I've trust me, I beat my head against the wall for 2 years trying to figure out the southern stars.
Oh,
I like mirrors. Like
yeah.
I even tried the entire celestial sphere,
Huh?
a ball of stars,
Yeah.
over a flat Earth. That doesn't work either.
I mean, how
You
simple is
know what
that
I'm
to
saying?
even
Like,
make it?
I even thought, because Atlas, the ball of stars, celestial sphere. Like, okay, what if the celestial sphere? What if the stars are a sphere, but the Earth is still flat? Like, I try to.
Yeah.
But if there's a mirror here? But what if it's a two-way mirror here? And I'm like, no. It's like
Uh,
I tried everything. It doesn't fucking
it's
work.
it's
Occam's
endless.
razor. Then I'm looking at a sphere or a sphere Earth with a ball of stars in it, and we're walking on. I'm like, oh, that's concave Earth.
Man,
Oh, like concave Earth has this freaking
it all kills it.
lock tight way to explain the stars. It's like home run, boom, game over.
Yeah. So let's
And the map,
divert this.
all those problems go away. Every problem goes away.
Let's divert this conversation into like the world, exactly what's happening. So since I came into concave earth, I think I came in like maybe early 2014, and like when I first discovered it, I thought it was going to be like mainstream. I thought for some crazy reason, dude, I thought like, dude, Steven, you're going to be on like Johnny Carson, or
It has to
like a
spread like
talk.
wildfire. This is monumental.
Yeah, I thought, man, you're going to be like, this is so amazing. You're going to be the most famous person on earth. Like, why are people treating you so bad? I wonder, because I didn't know what was all this vitriol, because I'm kind of I like the underdog, right? I really do like the strange and kind of the underdog, especially if you got something to share. I want to hear it. I think it's interesting. So I thought, man, like this dude, he's super smart. And all these people in the chat are like, you're a fucking idiot, and I'm thinking, and this is when he wasn't. This is before flat Earth. He was really like just on the helio, like really debating a lot of the atheists, and really going up the heliocentric. Not flat Earth wasn't a threat really. To like Stephen, we've even had conversations where he said, "I never, Sean, in my wildest dreams did I ever think I'd be freaking debating flat earther.
I remember him saying that. He
Yeah.
never thought that he would, and
And
which is,
so,
and it's true because it's the two juggernauts of science, really. Flat
yeah.
Earth is just stuck on the fence in the middle.
Yeah. So I thought this was very interesting. How I first discovered was I was looking for the answer for chemtrails. I was like, I need to know what's going on with chemtrails. Like, where is this coming? And the only one who had an answer is this crazy dude. Everyone's calling crazy, right? And he's like, yeah, ice, like mega crime meteors. And I'm like, holy shit, like this is real. And then so like I thought, man, like, yeah, we got to get this information out and it's going to really spread and it's going to be by now, the whole world has been changed. Like I thought, it's going to be dynamic. It's going to be amazing. And now I'm looking at, and especially with, if you know Steven with all his predictions, like you're all going to FEMA camps. And now we're flashing forward to 2021, everybody, and what the hell's going on, right? What's going on in the world? Is it because once you understand the shape of the earth, you understand that everything is a big fucking lie, right? And here I am in Australia and the government is just hammering down on me like it's on, and this is a push, and anyone who cannot see this is completely oblivious to, man, they are in a deep delusion, so deep, a strong delusion that's, and I'm in a country with 90, it's going to be 90% vaccinated. Not, and there's just
Wow.
a very, and that we have no actual freedoms. As far as the Australian Constitution, yeah, nothing, yeah, no
I've
life.
seen I've seen the footage.
Yeah, and it's they actually have they're hiring, like it's actual UN troops getting ready to, and we're coming out of lockdown, but you know that once the government gets power, they're not they're not going back,
Then,
and
nope.
this, and it's
Once you
in
guys
America.
gave up the guns, it was over. It was just a
Yeah,
matter of time after that.
it's, and I just see some wild ride in America and in Australia this winter, man, is going to be a push across the concave earth for, like, man, it's on. And so what do you think about like this whole uh man, it seems like it's went so fast and the world is ramped up so incredibly fast since 2014, at least for me. What do you think about the state of the concave earth nation?
Um, well, I don't know what you mean by concave Earth nation.
Well, I'm talking about the earth. What
Like
about this state?
all, oh, you mean like all 7.8 billion of us?
Yeah, the whole shooting match. Where's this
The
all
whole kit
leading,
and
man?
caboodle? Um, well, just like pretty much all of our topics have been tonight, they're two-sided, two-edged sword. So it's a matter of perspective, really. Humanity is headed both in horrible and great directions, um, which we would call polarizing.
Mm,
And so while evil becomes stronger and stronger, more righteous light workers are becoming more courageous, brave, more wise,
mm,
more knowledgeable. Uh, we're communicating in a stronger fashion now. We're grouping together, not in a necessarily a physical sense, but there's a consciousness shift. And
yeah,
these things have been known throughout the history of time, is that consciousness uh, will shift, you know, up and down, if you will, throughout time. And um, it's usually on the precipice is when, you know, is when humans will rise to the challenge.
Mm. Yeah, I have to agree. Sometimes, yeah, everyone wants to go back to normal, somewhat normal, but this has been a war of, as far as I can see, it's information. It's a battle of two sides of information, right? And it seems like they're really trying to make a push to really block the freedom of speech for us to be able to share, get our side across. And I think, yeah, the world just needs a little bit more of a shakeup. And I think you're right. I think through, when it starts to get scary and trippy, people start to look places they haven't looked for the answers. Mm.
I think censorship has a lot to do with that. I think there's people in high places that are making sure that certain people aren't seen.
Yeah. I don't know if you watched that, but I had a little live stream where I did I rewatched that Event 201. Have you ever seen Event 201?
I have not.
Well, I think you ought to watch it, Josh, because it is like. I mean, I think it could wake up a lot of people actually. But it was in 2019, and Event 201 was it was sponsored by the World uh, Health, or no, sorry, the World Economic Forum, that Klaus Schwab, the Great Reset guy, and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and and like the CDC and all these, right? Well, they got together. It was a big conference, hundreds of people from all over the world, right? Everyone had their representation there, right? And they just
Okay.
happened to run this scenario where they make this fake pandemic, and everybody, talks about how they're going to respond to this global pandemic, and they give it a fake name, and every government comes in and says, well, we need to do this and we need to implement, and it's just like them laying out the whole playbook. I mean, it's like it's got people
Tied
from
right
the
in with
bank.
Agenda 21, right? The whole,
Yeah,
yeah,
I
the whole
mean,
thing.
like right in with this great reset. And it's like, and this is public stuff. They come out right and they say this is what we're going to do, and this is what I think
Yep.
people need to realize is that when they do stuff like this and we don't react to it and go, this is bullshit, you're not doing this, then you don't have our permission. And if we don't say something about it, then it's pretty much, yeah, they know we're going to do it.
It's
We're
consent
gonna,
unless you say it's not
yeah,
consent. That's the way they see it.
yeah, that's the way they see it. We told you, see, we pretty much,
We told you we're going to do it, and if you don't stop us, then it's your own fault. That's the way they see it.
yeah, yeah,
It has.
and
That is the way they see it because that's the way they act.
that's it.
And it's because we collectively, as people, we're
Would
weak. We're
rather,
cowards. We refuse to. We'll we'll congeal in the streets to march and parade, but we won't actually like go in to these buildings
yeah,
and physically remove them because we know the police will shoot us.
yeah, and but
Even here in America. So in countries where you don't have guns, you guys are fucked. People, I'm saying even people and even armed citizens here in America, even
yeah,
we don't have the cognitive confidence to
yes,
actually like route up a group of people with guns and say we're going to go in and
yeah,
physically remove these school board members with
yeah,
guns. And if the police show up, we're going to have a shootout with the police. That's what's going to. You're going to have to go in to the, the
yeah,
to the schools or city hall where they have these school board meetings or wherever, and you're going to have to go in there with guns and say you are teaching pornography to our students. we're going to physically citizens arrest. We're going to physically take
Yeah.
you out of here. And if they call the police, it's going to mean a shootout with the police, which is what our founding fathers said we have to do, and we're too afraid to do it.
See,
Now
and this is the
it can't be
problem,
me
John.
because I have felonies and I can't leave, which violates
Yeah.
my Second Amendment constitutional rights. It
Yes.
says
Right.
shall not be infringed, but because I'm a felon, I can't have one. But I'm still being infringed. You know what I mean? So felons should have the right to protect their family too. So I can't be one of those people because I can't legally own a gun. But my point is that the people that do own guns, they're not actually doing what needs to be done. And I can't blame them for that because I'm not doing it too. I'm just saying that's what needs to happen. And there's a lack of action on actually accomplishing the goal of doing what needs to happen. And that's the
Yeah.
problem.
Do you think that most people would rather go into the illusion than to be able to really,
Most
go
people
back into
aren't
the
really
illusion?
willing to die for it, you know?
Go back into the illusion. I think that's what most, the natural look. We just want to go back to normal. I just want,
Most people are happy enough just to complain about it and then sit on the couch and grab the remote and watch
yeah.
it.
And I have to put my finger up
Well,
here. I've been trying to go back into that illusion for a few years now, Josh. Like, I actively haven't been talking about this subject for quite a few years on my channel, just because I don't know, man. It just got really heavy, and I just wanted to just go back to, I don't know, watching football and hockey and just, whatever, right? Like, just kind of go back into it, and
plug
then
back in. Yeah, I hear you.
right, yeah, and I
Because
still,
otherwise you feel like you're isolating, alienating yourself, and you just feel like
right,
you feel like you're
yeah,
wasting your life.
completely, completely. Because when I discovered the concave Earth, like I was in a little bubble, but then I sprung out, and I couldn't wait to go, explore the concave Earth, and I wanted to go to these different churches, and I wanted to go, hey, man, what do you think about this? Right? You think like heaven is a literal place? You think like you'd be interested in that, right? Like look, like literally, like it's a, it's a friggin' like that in what it's describing in your Bible. Wouldn't you think they'd be slightly bit interested? No.
One thing I yes to
But you
reflect
know
on.
what topic
I
they
always
would?
used to think where in the unit, like let's say the Big Bang is true and God created it. Like let's say both are true, which I think
Right.
is true in concave Earth. I think the Creator, there because sound, I think there
Yeah.
was I think there was literal sound when it was
God
created.
spoke. Right.
Regardless of the shape of the earth, regardless of the shape, I think
Yeah.
sound was part of the creation. So bang sound, it all, it's play on words. But I always used to wonder where in the universe did the Big Bang happen? Did it happen?
Yeah.
You know, how are we? Wherever that bang happened, that's the center of the universe. If the universe even if the universe is infinite, there must still be a center.
Where is that place?
There,
Right.
if there's not a center to it, if you have an infinite vacuum of space or infinite void of space,
Yeah.
some geeks don't like the term vacuum, but because
Right.
technically it's inaccurate. If you have an infinite void of space, if it technically doesn't have a center, there still must be a location where that bang happened.
Right.
Even if the infinite void already existed, somewhere in that infinite void there was a
Yeah.
bang, and it right according to
Right. Absolutely.
their claim, their theory. So somewhere in that infinite void, a bang happened. So that would be the center of the universe, right? Because if there was a bang,
Mm.
right, then stuff was exploding outward from that bang. That means that wherever that bang happened, that's the center of the universe because everything is exploding away from that bang. So
Yeah.
so this is what I was thinking, even in an infinite void, there's still going to be a center of the universe. Even if it's not the center of the void itself, still there's going to be a center of there's going to be an explosion location. You know what I mean? Somewhere. And
Uh,
whether you have planets, asteroids, I'm talking heliocentric model here. There's still going to be a center to where all these pieces of debris are exploding away from, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So the question is
So
yeah.
even if
So
there, let's say in this infinite void there was 10 explosions, you have 10 big bangs, 10 universes, just like in the concave model, just same thing but different.
yeah, just like open up your mind to look there. But like I said, I
So if
took
you're
this.
if you're trying to figure out, so what I'm sorry, I have to let me
It's
interject.
okay.
I want to finish on that because it doesn't really make
Okay.
sense. So when I was trying to figure, so for people who think like that, this is what I used to think. When I before I came across flat concave, saying this is what I thought my whole life. I used to wonder where in outer space is the center of these? Where did that center? Where was it? And this is something I think most people probably wonder. Okay, well, if there was a big bang in an infinite void, where was that? And we're told, of course, it's billions of light years away, and we're never going to find it. Don't even bother thinking about it. So then, all the Bible people, since there's no physical heaven, heaven must. Oh well, the kingdom it's inside of you, and oh well,
Yeah.
we don't know. Oh, it must be a different dimension. Like, and then when you find concave Earth, you're like, oh my God, physical angels mated
Wow.
with physical beings because heaven's a physical place. And there it is. Oh,
There it
oh
is.
my God. We found the center of the universe. So of course that's mind blowing. And of course
It's
it's like
it's
it doesn't answer. So people ask, well, why are we here? It doesn't. It still concave Earth still doesn't answer that question. Why are we here? But still, we've found the center of the universe. We've found that where everything that we know that exists from. We found that physical place, and it's incredible that people think that doesn't matter. It blows my freaking mind.
it's like a
They think it doesn't.
disconnect.
They're like, well, how does that gonna? And
It's
while
I
it doesn't make them more money or put food on their table, or while it doesn't accomplish all these things that they think matter in their lives,
mm,
I mean, it matters because what if we were never lied to at all? What kind of world would we even have? Would you even have your bills if we were never lied to? How about this shit,
yeah.
you dipshit? Would we even have bills?
See, and for you,
Would you even have to work 40 hours a week so that you could
yeah,
have enough money to pay your bills and set aside money for your own side business so that one day you can own your own business and not have to work for somebody else and all this fucking rat race bullshit. Would you even have to do all that if we were never even lied to about the earth? Nope.
yeah, yeah. And I
You,
think
what
you,
do you mean?
Josh,
How would it affect your life? You wouldn't even have this bullshit life that you complain about all the time.
yeah,
You know what I
right.
mean?
You,
But
Josh,
but it doesn't
kind of had
matter, right? Okay.
you had a jump start on me actually, like being a Christian before you kind of came into this information. Me being a whatever, I grew up in the church, but like straight away, and I was just I came from just ancient aliens and Bigfoot. I
hmm
just stuff like that. I was really into like just interesting things, and I didn't know what to think. So when I came across this information, I was like, holy, like, wow. And then I thought, man, these people need to know this stuff. But then when I realized the gravity of just what I was in, now I was faced with the decision. Okay, now I get where it is and what it is. And I know there's a lot of scripture that's talking about this subject. And so me as a, uh, coming in with, Lord Stephen Christ and, and just, kind of, I ran to the church to like tell them something, but actually I was faced with a big kind of, question like, okay, like the Bible's actually true. So that means, yeah, that so I need to kind of look into what this whole gravity of the situation is. Yeah, the earth is concave, I believe, and heaven is a literal place. What does that mean? That means I'm created. That means I need to get right with my creator. And gosh, I have made a mess of that. I am by no means, man, just, yeah, I've been a wretch. And I realized that, what the answer is that I need forgiveness, and, I need Jesus Christ. I need like that. I need that, you know?
What you needed was the spirit, the Ruach HaKodesh.
Yeah, I needed to be covered. I needed to, realize that, the main thing is like, man, can I be forgiven? Like,
That's the
is there
Holy
for,
Spirit.
yes, is there forgiveness? The Holy Ghost, is there forgiveness for, man, I've made a mess. If, now I've come to realize that this is, literally reality, and that I need to get
That's the
right with,
Christ. Yeah, that's the Christ consciousness, and so that's what I
right.
was talking about. As the polarizing rant.
Nothing's more important than, than discussions like this. And I need to publicly like come out and proclaim this, because I've been really weird about like my Facebook, and I just, yeah, kind of been on the fence about me publicly like really coming out, other than this YouTube channel with my Facebook and all that stuff, which is, yeah, a lot of my family. And not that. And what's more important though? Am I here to save, my ass or my face? Am I here to look good? Or am I here to go, hey, you guys, I think we're in big fucking trouble? That's what I want to say. I want to say, man, this, if you're out there and you're listening and you think this is, going to go back to normal and everything's going to be all right, it might not break out right away, but I see it pushing to a kind of a head across the board. Hmm. So, what do you think about the future this winter in the United States?
Um, Probably going to be pretty dark.
Hmm.
I don't know exactly what's going to happen.
Do you see the American spirit
I think
kind of rising up?
I think when we find out exactly, if we ever find out exactly what is exactly in all those shipping containers up and down all surrounding the Americas, you know,
Right.
and probably several other parts of the world too, I'm sure. But there's lots of, I mean, there could be anything in there from soldiers to children, you know,
Oh
enemy
wow!
foreign soldiers,
I
or
didn't even
anything
think about that, Josh.
traffic children. Like there's, and so when you consider all those elements, like I mean, there's lots of different directions that the future can go.
Mm. It's definitely a couple factions there, and I think the silent majority is very huge. For some reason, have you seen the chants at the football games lately?
Yeah.
Have you seen that?
Oh, it's
Like
a thing.
whole stadiums of people, and these are, mind you, which is really strange for me. Like a lot of these college kids, which whenever you see like talking points coming out of the colleges, it seems to be, a very loud liberal voice. But I feel an underground kind of current of, America, like we're, that old, oh God, I love America. I love our spirit. I just love our, we got
Let's
that,
go, Brandon.
yeah, we got that. And man, and there is a real percentage of Aussies who have that real, they're fucking tough as nails, and just, those construction workers in Melbourne, like, there's a small percentage of us here, but I'll rock with those guys any day because they're ride to die crazy
Every
Australians.
country has that group. Every country has
Yeah.
that breed of person. You know what I mean?
Yes. Yeah.
Every
And,
country has that just it's
and
just that gritty, hardworking, rough
yeah.
around the edges.
And I found that with a lot of people here, like the older generation. But when I first came out here, it was so funny because everyone, I would say, I'm going to do this. And one of my friends will always say, you can't. I said, can't? Yeah, I can't. What are you talking? Oh, no, you can't do that. I was like, oh, fuck that.
Oh, I thought you just called me a name.
You can't drink on the beach. You can't, like, I'm just like, what are you talking about? Like, and they'd just be shaking their head at me. And I'm just a natural rebel. And that's kind of, that's me. That's always been me. And that's why I'm sitting here talking to you about this. Because I was always the one who wanted to question everything.
Excuse me. Yeah, well,
Yeah.
there's really not a whole lot of people to talk to about it because there's really not. I mean, there's one of the what you were mentioning before about all the crowds chanting,
Yeah.
fuck Joe Biden.
Yeah.
Um, so that's that's a great thing where we are seeing from all over the world, people start
Yeah.
to congeal and rise up and protest and all that. So that's good. There is mass awakening happening. So that's good things in one direction. Um, but one thing that I am rather disappointed about is that I see more unity and confidence and courage from the flat Earth community than I do from the concave Earth community.
Oh, yeah.
And so that's something that's made me quite upset. Is that right
It,
now with this mass awakening happening,
and
I see that, and
we're nothing.
obviously partially is because flat Earth is a set up operation, and that's why they have it. But still, we don't, and I think it's because a lot of people just once you figure out where heaven is, it's like, okay, well, now I know where heaven is and I can go about my life. And it's like, well, you
No.
know, I mean, if we never all talk about it, then I mean, okay, if you know and keep it to yourself,
Yeah.
it's that you haven't eliminated the elephant in the room doing, but
Yeah.
if that's how you handle this information, is just receive it,
Yeah.
never talk about it, never bring it up, and never make it an issue. Like like you'll go to school board meetings because you don't want them teaching your kids stuff. Great, that's fine.
Yeah.
That's an issue that should be. I mean, there's all kinds of different. That was just one example. Police brutality, whatever. There's all kinds of different issues that we could address, but to not. But I just find it weird, really, really weird, that no matter what group of you know conspiracy researchers you're involved with, none of them want to touch this topic.
No.
All of all of these, even 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 people who are awakening that have huge followings or whatever, nobody wants to talk about this. And that I just find that incredible. It's almost too revealing.
It is
It's
shocking,
almost too
bro.
revealing that even people who know way more than me about certain topics,
Yeah.
or
They've
or people who are great with computers and they can dig up, and they're much better
yeah,
researchers, or even hackers or whatever. Like,
sure.
there's so many different facets of conspiracy theorists. I'll just use that broad brush term. And, people who um, research actual conspiracies, um, or truths that are there to be discovered, or whatever. However you want to. It's just weird that something I would consider to be the ultimate truth, nobody really wants. Like, everybody thinks it doesn't matter.
No. And it's a
there has
stigma,
to be a
Josh.
reason. There has to be a reason. Either everybody around me is like really, really fucking thick headed, or or they're all hiding it from
It's a weird kind of situation. I'll have to say, as me,
me. There's
okay,
no
I've
other, I've
dropped the
thought about
ball.
it for a long time. There can't be. There's no third way it can be.
Yeah, there's not, and you
There's
can't
not a
just
third. There's
me,
not a
for
third
instance.
possibility. Either they're all
I
dumb,
discovered it. I just,
or I'm the dumb one that just figured
right,
it out last.
right. I discovered it, and then
It has to
I
be one way or the other.
right, and then I ran to tell all these people, and then I had this whole I'm going through this huge awakening about God, and like, and then so I go kind of into the church world, you know, for a while, and and even though I'm pushing the topic, and I get them to talk at my church about, uh, I wanted to talk about the shape of the Earth, but the guy ends up flat Earth, doing a flat Earth presentation, and I'm like, no, it's concave, and James, the guy, he knew about concave, but he would not hear a bar of it just because of, yeah, because it's so real. And like, so I couldn't quite get through to him about it. And yet, so I tried to go off in that world where, hey, just get saved, and, spread spread the message of Jesus Christ, right? Like, this is the ultimate, right? I mean, right, when it gets down to it, but I mean, it, it's to just, I couldn't, so I tried to fit into that model, right? And so I actively kind of got weirded out about sharing concave Earth information, just because I didn't want people to think, oh, he's in with that, and I just see, I'm worried about what people think about me, right? Instead of worrying about spreading what I believe is true, right? And so I back off, and I just try to slide back and just kind of go back into the world. It's no big deal. And now all this time has went by, and the world is just massively degraded, and I've done nothing but just watch my Dolphins get dominated year after year. So, like, it's just fucking, watch my team lose the Stanley Cup. It's just, yeah, it's been, just a lot of fun. A lot of fun to be had in my sporting life. Yeah, just all the just bullshit, and it's like, and me, because I couldn't be strong enough to get up and just go, be consistent with a message that, this is the truth I have to share. This is what I've come across, and, just be consistent with it. But, yeah, I didn't, but I'm glad I'm back, and I want to try to start to bring a platform here for anyone who wants to talk about this stuff, because, man, I really miss these conversations, bro. So we could get Craig on sometime, if you could, maybe Ernie, or maybe bring back the old gang together. I don't care. I'll even bring Sam Hackcock on to have a little chat about what's going on with him, dude, because he's
Mm-hmm.
yeah, right. Let's just be adults about this thing. Yeah, all of it. Yeah, free LSC, and it's on. I mean, like, really, you have to say this, Josh. Like, man, without LSC, it's like, it's like, the whole thing. How it used to be on YouTube and stuff. Without him, it was like, it's almost like a soap opera or something that you follow. If I had to write a story, oh my God, would this be the most amazing, like, fictional, like, I don't know, sci-fi dystopian, like, not who could have wrote this? Like, it's just, uh,
It's like a movie, right?
It is the most amazing movie, right? Isn't it? Like
Tell me
I always,
about it.
yeah, like this. Want to talk about a blockbuster?
Hey, it's been
You
one hell
know,
of a ride. I'll tell you that much.
Josh, to just to be able to get the look on, I don't know, a lot of these theoretical physicists and stuff when it does happen. And it talks, I don't know, you probably know the scripture better than me. What is when God talks about the, the wise being made very foolish?
Oh, the meek shall inherit the earth. Yeah, the
No,
wise
it's
shall
something
become
about,
fools, and the fools shall become wise. Yeah,
yes, yeah, that's like that,
yeah.
right? Yeah. Which, I don't know. It's maybe I shouldn't think of that. Oh, that I told you so.
Well, I mean, there's going to come a point in time where we're not going to have to say it,
Yeah.
right?
So, do you see a
Well,
point?
because we won't have to say it to somebody because they're going to realize it for themselves. We won't have to tell them, "I told you so." They're going to realize they told me so.
Man,
You know, they're going to realize that you're not going to have to look at them and say, "I told you so." They're going to look at you and realize, yeah, they just realized
dude.
I did tell them so. You don't have to. You won't have to say it. Just look at them and smile.
Yeah. So anyway, it's going to be interesting going forward, and we're going to one day at a time it, and very interesting events unfolding. And I never realized, like, I don't know, I just feel like this is like a real pinnacle in kind of the world. I don't know. Did we stave it off for a while before the complete New World Order takes over, or they build the temple in Jerusalem? Is like how close do you feel that could be to taking place?
To what taking place in particular?
Them building the temple in Israel, the man of sin being revealed, the Antichrist, the tribulation.
Oh, the way it's depicted in Revelations.
Yeah, I mean, you just from your rough
Well,
perspective.
to preface, I'll say that yeah, I did grow up, from infancy as a Christian. Sunday morning, Sunday night, Wednesday evening prayer service. I even grew up going to Christian schools and stuff. So while I don't technically call myself a Christian anymore, because
Mhm.
because I because I know that all the religions are used to hide the truth by way of division, you know.
Right.
And so once I realized, and I knew this as a flat earther, I didn't need concave earth for that. Even flat earth made that obvious because they're hiding the habitat. Of course, I knew that I knew that all these religious institutions were gatekeeping the earth. And in America, it's called 501c3.
Right.
Um,
Same stuff out here.
yeah, you have all kinds of legalities in it, whatever.
Yeah.
Aside from that, you just there's many reasons why this has been occulted or eclipsed or
Yeah.
hidden from view from mankind is to understand and know our habitat, because then the shackles come off. We can't be slaves that way. Energy's free, water's free, and the whole house of cards, the aforementioned house of cards collapse. So there's the preface. So as far as revelation goes, so once I came to that understanding, I came to the realization that um, scripture can't always be taken literally, like bold face. I realized a lot of scripture is allegorical. I no longer believe that as the story is written in English, that's because, and you can tell that that's true because there's even lots of mathematical codes on the scripture, and so that coding wouldn't exist without those translations. And so those translations in English aren't even the original language it was written, and so when you find like mind blowing coding written in English, it's all just very suspect to me. And but it does indicate toward a divine, incredibly intelligent uh, source that created these biblical works. But I have enough of these Bibles in my possession, tangible ones, not just online, but like physical books, Bibles. And I have so many different ones, and um, which means they can't all be the 100% truth. They're all different. So
Right.
what?
Yeah.
And so the reason I prefaced all that is because growing up as a boy, I've always experienced, the pastor would hold up the Bible and call it the Word of God and yada yada yada.
Yes.
Right. We've all heard that. Even if you didn't go to church, I mean, Bible equals Word of God, right?
Right. Yes.
Wrong, wrong,
Yeah.
absolutely wrong.
Yeah.
And so once I realized that, I'm like, okay, if everybody in religion can be deceived about that, and they've been deceived about their habits, the literal phrase, those four words, the Word of God,
Mm.
pretty much all the Christians are wrong about that phrase, and they're wrong about their habitat. Why? Because they go hand in hand. Because
So what you're saying
The Word of God was the
is not
voice
the
that
book.
spoke at the
It's not the
at the
book.
at the Big Bang. Right. The Bible is not
Right.
the Word of God.
I
The
like that.
Messiah.
Yeah.
Right. And it tells you that in John chapter 1. It explains, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So before mankind or books, the Word of God existed, and that's the voice that spoke and created all things. Very simple, right? And then the Word became flesh later on in chapter 1, verse 11, 12, 13, 14, whatever. The Word becomes flesh and dwelt among us. And that was that dude from 2,000 years ago named Jesus. And I am
Mm.
not him, right? Okay, so I am not that guy from 2,000 years ago in the book, obviously. But the point is that that dude was the Word of God. And in Revelation chapter 19, verse 13, it tells you that when the Messiah returns, he'll also be called the Word of God. You know,
Mm.
and in verse 12, it also states that he has a name written that no man
Yeah.
can.
It
And
says
so,
Jesus is
like,
the word.
arguing
Right.
about Yeshua spelled with an E or spelled with an O, or Jesus or Yahweh or all those names, like, stop arguing. It's just so pointless.
Yeah.
Even it tells you right there in Revelation, we're all wrong, all of us, everybody. Just stop. And it's because even the just like the son, the father has a name written and
Yeah.
spoken that no man can write or speak. We can't speak it because it's obviously the voice of creation. No man can utter that sound that created the universe,
Yeah.
but it was a sound. And so once I realized that those two lies slash truths were directly correlated to each other, the Word of God and our cosmology, they were directly linked, and that's why everybody had to be deceived about them. Once I once I realized it, so that's what and then so now you've got to consider like Rome and the Council of Nicaea in 325 AD, and
Yeah.
you've
Ripping
got to
out
consider
books.
Caesar
Yeah.
Borgia, and you've got to look at all these other characters from the past, and now you've got a mess on your hands because
Yeah.
now all your knowledge or truth or belief is all going to be based on it. That's paper and ink from the past, which is your whole problem with the Bible to begin with. So why would you trust this paper and ink over this paper and ink? But then you trust this, but you're supposed to show God faith, but you're supposed to test all things, but you're supposed to, you know what I mean? And you just kind of,
Yeah.
and it can get
So as
kind of
far as
hairy.
the whole
And so that's why it's so important. And that's why we were warned that the path is very, very narrow, is because most people
yeah.
aren't going to be able to handle this. They clearly can't. And And that right there is an isolation that's not my choosing. I'm not choosing to isolate. I mean, walking a narrow path is a path of isolation.
So you see this thing being able to play out
It's just the way it is. You have to
without the
accept it.
temple in Israel, without the
I don't.
temple
That's
in
what
you.
I'm
That's
saying. I
you
don't
know,
know
but you're
because
still
because because I mean, people right now are saying that the vaccine, which there isn't just the vaccine. There's
yeah,
several different vaccines. You have options with pick your poison.
right, yeah,
I swear to God, I didn't plan that. That's fucking hilarious. So pick your poison. But the point is, some Christians, people who these are people who call themselves Christians, whatever. Um, they're starting to call the jab, the vaccine, the mark of the beast. Now, you could read the book and make a case for it, but the Bible doesn't come right out and say that you know you're gonna you're gonna receive the mark of the beast via a needle or via injection or that it's gonna. The Bible doesn't tell you that the mRNA is gonna alter
yeah.
your DNA and alter your blood and make it so that you can't donate organs and donate blood or even you know,
Oh my
potentially
God,
be around other people, or that maybe the vaccinated people are actually the people shedding and spreading, or
this
whatever. Like,
is this is what.
so you could, so I'm not, I don't even have an opinion one way or the other. Some Christians are firm on it, and they really believe that the vaccine is the mark of the beast. And hey, whatever, maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But that's what I'm saying is like, that's just one small example, but there's so many things like, you know what I mean? Did
It's
Jesus really
if
walk on water? Was there really a burning bush? Did or are these things allegorical? Did Moses really part the seas? You know, were there really
yeah,
two tablets? Was there really a Noah's Ark? Where what what's is there is there really going to be some dude coming out of the sky on a white horse with 10,000 other white horses? 10,000 angels on white horses. Is that how it's really going to unfold? Or, are these things to be taken literally?
uh,
I don't exactly know. Are these things being spoken of the future or the past?
are these things fulfilling
You know what I mean?
prophecy? Yes, they are. They're
Right.
fulfilling it. Like
Is
we're seeing it. Kind of.
is reincarnation real? Is time travel real? Like
Ooh.
all these factors come into play.
All these
How
factors that.
how are the Simpsons able to do what they did?
Oh, ooh.
How is the
You tell
creators
me,
of
bro.
the Simpsons?
It
How
is.
was that possible?
It's fascinating.
Fascinating.
It's it is fascinating. And I think a lot of it, they plan a lot of stuff they're gonna do. Like this. I was watching this event 201 and I was thinking, God, if I would have took this literally, how much money could I have made if I would have invested in masks and vaccines and just doubled up all my money on McDonald's and who knows what's went through the roof. Netflix and all these stocks have just killed it. But anyway, that's just it's all garbage. But what I really found fascinating, Josh, is with the if you would have told me 4 years ago that they're going to implement something that's going to make the Seventh Day Adventist Church completely not only worship on Saturday, shut down their worship on Saturday, but shut down their worship completely quickly like that, and that the Jehovah Witnesses would be endorsing a vaccine to shoot in their arms. The Jehovah Witnesses, for God's sake, didn't you like? They don't have transfusions. They don't condone any of that stuff, but they are publicly not coming out against the vaccine.
Doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, so there's very
That's why.
few.
That's why. And that's why I will never claim any denomination or claim any particular religion. You know,
Mm.
is because I know. Is because I know.
And do you think that there is in
And once everybody and that's
do you think there's gatekeepers within those organizations that maybe know some greater truths that may be implanted in certain churches to
Absolutely.
keep them. Yeah.
Absolutely. Because, and this is how I know, is because remember I told you about those two truths that are interchangeable because they're linked,
Yeah.
and that is the one, our cosmology, and two, the word of God. I refuse to believe. I refuse to believe. I went through Christian school up until eighth grade. Okay. I never went to a Christian college. I never furthered any education, you know, in religion or scripture or anything like that. I never went to seminary, I never went to any schooling or anything beyond that. And I was able to realize that the Bible isn't the word of God. So am I really going to believe that all these other pastors out here calling the Bible and everybody else on social media who's just talking to each other? I mean, I'm not going to blame the average person,
No.
but I will hold the pastors accountable. There's
Mm.
no way, there's no way you made it through seminary and still came out believing that the Bible was the Word of God. You had to have known that
Uh,
Jesus was the Word of God, and you're lying to your congregation so that they
mm.
put money in your collection plate. I don't believe at this point that a pastor can truly say that he's being instructed from God. Because a lot of people say, "Oh, I received the message from God. This is God's message for you today." Blah 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 blah. They like to act like God's using them to distribute information. You know what I mean? To lead this congregation of people.
Yeah.
So they these a lot of these pastors put themselves on a pedestal, and
Mm.
it can't be something that God wants for them or that they've earned if they're not even telling you that Jesus is the Word of God. How is it possible that they're wrong about Jesus being the Word of God and God is using them?
Mm.
How is that possible? If they
Yeah.
were if they were wrong, God wouldn't be using them because they're not telling the truth, which means they're not wrong, they're lying.
That's deep.
That's deep.
Mm. Yeah,
That's as deep
that
as it
is
gets.
deep. I mean, it's deep. I took this, these subjects into a church, and we had a little splinter group back in the back room, and it was called 201, right? And we talked about, just strange topics, stuff that's going on in the world, and we'd be back there talking about it, and they'd always like send like one of the main people from the conference center there, the Adventist, to listen in to because the subjects that we were dealing with were uh, pretty confronting. A lot of strange things that you normally wouldn't hear in your because they're the I think a lot of these churches kind of have stuck from this model that's hundreds of years old, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they kind of haven't grown you know with the world and with their audience,
It's
and
very
so they're kind
common.
of
They just go every Sunday and repeat the same mantra.
yeah, and it's beautiful. I can't I God I cannot disparage any of these God's people. They're very beautiful, and I've met so many amazing people, but it's very safe and it's very family and it's beautiful, but it's and just outside is a world that they cannot even imagine to connect with. And when someone like me stumbles into their church, it's like oh man, it's like an alien is just landed in, like and really, I wanted to so be that, I I mean, it and I am that. I mean, there is a kind side of me and a beautiful side, and I love that. I can be good, but then there's this whole side of me that wants to go look at this and this, and that's just not the way they operate, And so coming up against, I think, Christians may be harder than converting a flat earther to concave, to get a, yeah.
Well, yes and no, because I mean, if we're comparing the two, if we're comparing flat Earth with, say, falsehoods of Christianity, if we're comparing the two to a person that is open-minded, that will receive either of those two pieces of information, then I would say that they're both equally easy to disprove, therefore
Mm,
triggering that person to, seek further than what they had before, because maybe their beliefs were just that. And perhaps they
right.
didn't have knowledge, they only had beliefs. And that's why, the whole New Testament is a very suspect thing to begin with. Um, but I noticed that here's the reason why. First of all, the ending of the Old Testament warns us of a lot of things that happen in the New Testament. But I'm not going to elaborate on that. But what I will say is that the Old Testament seems to be knowledge based information. And I noticed, for example, Hosea 4:6, my people are destroyed for lack of knowledge.
Mm,
You know, why, how slavery is based on knowledge and versus lack of knowledge. And so the whole story of the Israelites being in slavery meant they were in bondage. They were essentially the people without knowledge. And we now know this because we now understand that the Egyptians had great knowledge, just from the pyramids alone. Anyways, um, for someone, I think they're both, because I could challenge someone on scripture and what they believe to be true about Christianity, and defeat them just as easily as the flat earthers can't explain the math of the stars. You know what I mean?
mm.
So they're both kind
This
of,
is what it's really
well,
strange. Like you go to, especially a Christian, and go,
you could do the same thing with 9/11. You could pretty much do the same thing with any topic, really. It all comes
yeah,
down to the person. If someone's open minded, they're going to be able to receive information. It doesn't really matter what topic.
yeah. I mean, can you imagine to an open minded, a Christian who's really open minded, and you go to him, hey, look, I got something that you might be interested in. Right. And it's like, this is not going to freak you out. And this is going to tie everything you believe right into one big bundle and go, bam, there it is.
Those two
Would
witnesses
you be
right there,
interested?
this topic
Yeah,
and this
maybe if we pose it
one.
that, would you be interested to find out what was in that box if you decided to open it? And that being said, I mean, wouldn't that be intriguing? Wouldn't you just want to? If somebody told me that, I would be, oh, goody gracious, goody gumdrops. Let me see
you
what
can
you
have
got.
you can have $10 or
Yeah,
$9 in the mystery box. Which one are you
I'll
gonna
take
take?
the mystery box, please.
Yeah, me too. I'm gonna take the $9 with the mystery box. Some people are dumb enough to take the $10.
And so, bam, and you get that revelation, and you're like, wow. But then what happens? Then what happens? Then you got to go to your other friends in church and go, hey, you want to know something? Right? And then you go to them and they go, look at you like you got three heads. And they go, yeah, like you can come here, but don't talk about that stuff anymore, please. All right. All right, Josh. It's very, very strange. So
Yeah.
therefore,
Call Ghostbusters.
I know basically it's yeah, it's taken a lot of friggin' Oh, a lot of work to get here for me. A lot of hours just droning on, looking at different things, and yeah, it's taken me a long way to get here. And I don't know, how effective my message has been, but yeah, no
Me
time
neither.
like the present. Hey, Josh,
And
we've got
it's because
two
we're
people
censored.
watching.
Both of them, huh?
We've
Sweet.
got two people, so let's say hello to who's ever watching us, and feel free. Look, there's a link in the chat. Hopefully, yeah, maybe you could join, but we're not going to be too much longer. But yeah, say hi, man. That's pretty good. So two is good.
Hello. Thank you
Yeah,
for watching.
I want to start doing. Look, oh, there you go. Cool channel name. Hi, hello. Thank you. Yeah, I like it. It's kind of a play on I'm from Vegas, and then the Concave verse, so it's pair dice found. And my last name is Milton, so Milton was a poet who wrote what was it? Yeah, Paradise Lost. And then he wrote Paradise Found, which Paradise Lost they still say is the most epic description of hell ever written. Yeah, John Milton. Incredible. Maybe, yeah, I think he was a relative of mine, and maybe that's why I'm here spewing this information at all. I'm sure he was a master mason, just like my daddy. Greetings from Florida. What is up? I am here in the beautiful little suburb of Walls End, Newcastle, Australia. And James is Joshua Bolliero, also known as Zenith Atlas. You can go to his channel. He is from the Motor City, Detroit. Right on, Florida. That's a good state.
They actually have a
So,
pretty good governor.
yeah, they're rocking, man.
Ron
This is
DeSantis. Yeah, he's
oh yeah, he's. I think we might have a secession. Do you think they might split up and go like?
New Hampshire, I believe, has started rolling the ball on that. I don't
Yeah.
know how far the ball has rolled or how fast it was rolling
So what
or is
would the
rolling.
free states be? What would it be? It would be like New York and California would be the hub of the craziness. New York,
We can just
California.
let California fall off.
Yeah, it's but there's a lot of good property there, Josh. I think once it's cleared out, it might be a beautiful place. You
Well,
know,
what's
like
left of it, if you know.
yeah, spectacular. In fact, just like Australia. There's Paul Curran in the chat. That's our other. So hey, Paul, there's a link there if you'd like to come say hi. But thanks for coming in, and yeah, we want to start doing this more frequently. And if anyone's interested in talking about, concave Earth, talking about the New World Order, talking about this dystopian nightmare that we're living through at the moment, that seems to be business as usual. Everyone just wants to go back to normal. And yeah, so yeah, share this. We're here. We'll do this again. Okay, so we got a question. Okay, Josh, have you heard of New Earth? Yeah, channel or Michelle Gibson. I do like New Earth. She's really got a really cool channel. You ever see her channel? You kind
I,
of
I don't think so. No,
yeah, it looks an
there's probably
ancient.
a lot of great content creators I haven't seen because we're all like censored from each other and stuff. That they're
Yeah,
trying to keep us apart.
she's good, but I'm not familiar with Michelle Gibson. But anyway, I don't know what your name is, or is your name cool channel name? I thought that you were saying cool channel name. Yeah, so yeah, welcome, and Yeah, we're talking about, concave Earth. We're talking about reality of what's happening in the world at the moment. So yeah, please share this and like and subscribe. Man, uh, I'm busting it out. 89 subscribers. Got 2 people rocking. We were earlier talking about, I was watching Jaren's stream. So any flat earthers, please, we'd love to, I'd love to have a flat earther to come in and let's just find a bridge of peace and love. And it's no time for any of this division. Let's just talk. Let's have a healthy dialogue. All right. Let's see if we can't.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a debate. Sometimes
No. Yeah.
I can directly relate, and you know what I mean. I can resonate with everything that a flat earther
I
believes,
miss.
what they're going through. You know what I mean? I went through all of it. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I went through all of that stuff.
yeah. I miss our flat Earth friends. I miss
Yeah,
Poncho
there's some flat
Pete.
earthers that know a lot of shit about all these
Yeah, I
residual
know.
topics, like that I was saying. I'm like, they still can't piece together that the Earth isn't flat. Probably because they just came off the spinning ball and oh, it's flat, and they just did away with it. They still call themselves. They never progressed their learning in the cosmological area. They just moved on to all these other topics. They won't consider any other model because flat Earth is the one that got them off the spinning ball. So that's going to be their new champion, their new god, or whatever the new, whatever it is, whatever feeling you're going to get from that attachment to that community, you know,
Yeah.
because because when you come away from a lie that massive, your habitat itself, you
Yeah.
now even flat earthers realize they're living in something. Okay, they're wrong about the state, but they still realize they're living in something. So now we realize we don't have you can't just go up into outer space. No, there's nowhere to go. It's contained. So we both have that understanding. So when you come away from something that mind shattering, whatever taught you that, you're gonna develop feelings for that.
Mm,
If there's
yeah.
a community of people that help, that pulled you away from such a great deception, you're always going to have love for those people, even though
Yeah.
they were liars and they're freaking trying to take
I
your
got to
money.
look for them all. I mean, like,
You know what
actually,
I mean?
it was a more
It
healthy
is what
back
it
in the
is.
day. We did have a lot of flat earthers and a lot of, it was like with the whole atheist Rex and just even like that whole Tim Osmond and, uh, man, I'm trying to think of all those friggin' flat earth. There's a lot of flat earthers. They're just a lot of cool people. Poncho Pete, just some of them I love them. I like to talk to them, and I don't.
Yeah, some of
Yes,
the ones that I met in person that I knew and hung out with, like, you know what I mean? Yeah,
yeah,
listen, we don't talk anymore. I'd still willing to talk with them, but they're the ones who have let that divide us.
and then so many of their precious gurus have faded into oblivion, right? Mark Sargent's pretty much he's a complete psyop. Uh, Eric Dubé is still in Thailand, just doing whatever. And, Math Boylan, he's freaking out in Vegas. He's all tripped out. Nathan Oakley's still running his psychological operation from England there. And then you have Jaron in your usual kind of crowd there. But pretty much, yeah, no good
Nobody
conversation.
See, even my backup YouTube channel now was originally my main channel, which was a flat Earth channel, and so I'm still subscribed to all those flat Earthers.
Yeah.
So this is the way I keep it. This is the way I keep my eye on that particular community on that platform of YouTube is by staying subscribed to those people, so I still see what they upload, or I can still go to their channels and see what's up, you know. And I don't. Not only do I not see them accepting challenges from concave earthers or any fruits that they're looking into concave earth on their own,
Yeah.
but um,
No reply.
I also don't see any new evidence of their own that the earth is flat. So not
No.
only are they, you know what I mean? Like there's no new evidence. There's no my P900 footage absolutely makes
Is
the flat earthers look so fucking stupid. I
is
I mean
incredible.
it's major egg on the face. And I've seen no response. No flat earther has been like, "Oh yeah, Zenith Atlas, here, take this."
Mm.
Like nobody's done it. Not a single one has tried, and it's just like
So let me just
so embarrassing. So it's so embarrassing for them, which is why it's so frustrating for me that they have more unity when we have all the evidence,
yeah, it's
all of it.
frustrating.
Now that because when
Ooh,
people say show me the curvature, I say your
yeah,
show me your intelligence, right? Well now someone can just show you the curvature.
wow.
So
Hey
it's like
Josh, so
he
in the
he's had
channel
all
right
these
now,
puzzle pieces, and it's just like now I brought one puzzle piece, and like now it's really hard for anyone to really challenge concave Earth, but still nobody wants to accept it. Like, why can't you accept something that you obviously can't prove?
no. So in the chat right here, again, if you haven't subscribed to Zenith Atlas, go subscribe to his channel. He's got some amazing footage of the concave Earth, the best footage that can clearly show. I mean, it's very. I know photography is not your most absolute proof,
I'm
but
not even a
seems like,
photographer. You don't,
yeah,
yeah, you don't. Anybody can do this.
it's like
If you're at
it's
the Lake
amazing
St. Clair
footage.
in Michigan, that's all I'm gonna.
Yeah, and they're saying in the chat. So Paul says, Math Boyland named his son Atlas. He's obviously a concaver.
When did this
Interesting.
happen? Well, congratulations, Matt. Uh,
Yeah, good,
Congratulations
excellent,
on the birth of your child. That's awesome.
excellent. And then Paul says, he says they think the Earth isn't a globe, so it must be flat by default, ignoring concavity entirely. And then Paul goes on to say that Math Boylan is a Freemason, so is Dubé, and I would have to put 2 dimes and 10 nickels on that Mark Sargent is also in that secret society. Believe me, my dad's a Freemason out of Canada. He was a Freemason, and I know him. I can see the type. Just when I heard the accent, I was like, "This, yeah, he's right up from the same area where my old man is from." And yeah, and Math has made some obvious, like, lots of Freemasonic videos in the past. You can just tell he's
Same as
a.
today.
Oh man, I mean, it's replete. So yeah, I guess you got to start to question some of the, and there's been so many other, amazing flat earthers to just completely bail, right? Tiger Dan was just such a. Do you remember the Tiger Dan downfall? So that
Yeah,
might have
yeah.
been,
I remember.
yeah.
He re-uploaded his video, his Bible verses, his flat Earth Bible verses, and he just kind of put over there that he no longer believes the Earth is flat. You know what I mean? But he never.
Mm,
Same thing with what is it? Clear cognition there. Adam Doherty, like
oh
he moved
yes.
away from flat Earth as well.
Oh
And then
man,
so
I
there's
watched
two
him.
guys. They both move away from flat Earth, but they never
Yeah,
elaborate on exactly on why or what evidence moved them away, or what their current beliefs are on cosmology at all. They don't want to
Dude,
talk about it. It's like
I
they
watched what it
they
was.
obviously found concave Earth, and they just be scared to say
Yeah.
shit.
I watched
Like, I mean, it's
Dowdy.
so. Yeah, I mean, and I, and that's why concave Earth matters, because I mean, not every concave Earther is gonna have my life and have my experiences, and no
Yeah.
concave Earther is gonna have your life or your experiences. But I'm just saying, like, I have a confidence inside me that if 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 you don't know that the Earth, that you live inside the Earth and that heaven is the nucleus, if you don't currently know that, I'm telling you, you can have a confidence inside of you that you've never, ever, ever had
Right.
before. I'm telling you,
Yeah.
it's going to change your whole paradigm. It's going to bring you to the top of the pyramid, no matter where you were. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter if you were in the middle of the pyramid or the bottom. It's going to, zip,
Yeah. Yeah.
that's
You are going to now be
you
in the
will now,
upper.
and the more you study, and the more, like
Dude.
watch Steve's videos where
Yeah.
he's just talking about science. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? The ones where he's just like explaining and showing you like the paths of this, light,
It,
glass, whatever,
it's
blah blah blah. Just get into that a little bit, and after a few months, you're gonna look around. You're gonna be like, "Oh my god, everybody around me is fucking dumb as fuck." And it's gonna be hard for you not to think in a narcissistic fashion, but that's what
mm,
happens when you. That's what happens when you isolate yourself in a
yeah.
fashion that you never knew was possible.
And
You
and
never
actually
knew you never
elevate.
knew you could separate yourself from everybody else in the world just by learning information. You never thought that you would learn anything that would separate
It's
you so much.
that's also so confronting. It is like, man, when you get it, it's very confronting. And Sizzy G says in the chat, it says feels very claustrophobic, and like I think that is very. This is why these secret societies. I believe that this is like so, ladies and gentlemen, you're getting like 33rd degree information here that you could not acquire with a lifetime of Freemasonry. They're not going to let you in this club. This is a very, very elite club. So you are now in the, what do you say, percentile of the earth that knows this truth, Joshua?
Oof, that's tough. It's a toss up. As I mentioned before, either either everybody's dumb as shit and they don't know, or they all know and I'm the last one to find out. So
Mm,
in the first scenario, where there's a very small percentage of people that know and a huge percentage of people that don't know, in that scenario, I would say the percentage is really, really small.
mm. Oh, we got to.
Because if there was a lot of people that knew but they just didn't want to talk about it, I don't think that's very likely. Because most of the people that know, if there was that many people that knew, then that would, because there's other things to learn beyond concave Earth. And if there were that many people that knew, then there would be a small percentage of those people that would learn beyond that. And those people would recognize the need for us to start all talking about it right now, very fast,
Mm,
and tell as many people as we can right now, which is, the awake, the oneness, the singularity, whatever you want to call it. But
mm.
yeah, bad things are approaching on the horizon towards us if we don't do something about it. So my point is that as I deduce these things and the process of elimination, I've realized that there can't be a lot of people that know that are just not talking about it.
Mm.
It has to be that very few people know.
Yeah. We've got someone in the chat who I believe might be a flat earther. He says, my problem with concave, as far as I understand it, is that it presents itself exactly as a sphere of which we live on the exterior in a sea of stars in space. So my answer to that is no. You
No.
need to research the concave Earth model because it's not that. What the concave model is you take the heliocentric model, you flip it inside out. So instead on the outside of the Earth with an infinite galaxies beyond, you're actually on the inside of the Earth, pressed with a ether push sink lift like it's pushing you to the inside of the earth, and you look above and there actually is a celestial sphere of stars rotating within the motionless concave earth. So what the realization of this is that heaven is a literal place, and it's 4,000 miles above your head to the very center, and all the maps work. Sunrises, sunsets, eclipses, both kinds, lunar and solar eclipses, the Antilima, uh, the Gegenschein, megacriometeors, glass in the sky, uh, Libyan desert glass, Tamarack mine shaft experiment, rectilineator experiment, Cyrus T. Just jump in there and have a blast. And I really hope really give it a good. I like pretend it's like funny because it's like we were talking, me and Josh were talking about how if someone wrote a book just about like just this whole scenario, it would be the most amazing, you know, amazing
My
novel
cousin once
ever.
told me that. He said, Joshua, you should write a book. Like, I think I will
Yeah.
one day. Not now, but
Wow.
one day.
I would like to collaborate on that with you, mate. I would think that
The
would be
story's not over, so I can't write the book, you know?
well. We
Some people call those journals, but those, those really don't get published as much. I'm like,
Yeah. Well, so would it
usually a
be
journal
it
just
would be a
ends
fiction.
when the person dies, but that's not really writing a book. There
It could
might
be
be
a
a point in
fiction.
my life where I say, okay, I'm only 41, so it's not a big enough sample size. But I mean, who knows? Maybe I'm.
Yeah. Okay. Here's another question. Okay. I understand the concave model. I do not understand how the central space sphere can be horizon to horizon. Oh, it all has to do with the glass in the sky.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
because the firmament is so much closer. I don't know if the person asking the question is a convex earther or a flat earther, but
No, I think he might be a flat earther,
but the
and
point is the way perspective works is anything that passes overhead in the sky is going to look like it's setting. And so even a flat earther concave earthers, we understand perspective too. We understand that, anything, moving away from you below you is going to appear to go up, and anything moving away from you that's above you is going to appear to go down. The point of convergence, right? So as something, and so it's going to be the same thing for a sun as an airplane, just like the stars. Anything going overhead. Now, if you've got stars and it's just going overhead, these stars are being projected through the firmament, so they're all coming through at the same distance, which is why, as you were talking about earlier, the stars can't work on the outside. We don't live on the outside of a ball and see the
yeah,
stars. And the reason we know that is because when we zoom up into the sky, all the stars focus at the same distance, which means they're all being projected through the firmament, which is relatively parallel with the Earth, always at the same distance.
yeah.
Because both the
And so
Earth
this
and the firmament are a sphere, and so
this
that's why.
gentleman
And
is
so as anything goes overhead, it's whether it be an airplane, a star, the sun, or the moon, they're all going to look like they're you know going
yeah,
down like this, but they're not. They're just going out of your field of view because that firmament that's only 62 miles up in the sky is pretty much the same size as the Earth.
mm, Yeah.
It's only slightly smaller than the Earth. When you figure the Earth is 8,000 miles wide,
Yeah.
figure 8,000 miles from here to here. Now you've got 62 miles of air
Yeah.
here and 62 miles of air here.
Yeah.
So we have a spherical onion layer that's only 62 miles
Mm.
thick of 8,000 miles. So you got to figure this. And so everything when you see the black sky with the stars, you're looking basically at an invisible firmament, and the stars all appearing at the same distance because
Yeah.
they all are. You're basically just and so that's why they all focus at the same distance because of you're just focusing on the firmament itself,
Yeah.
and that light is coming through, and so you have a massive, you know, 7,880 something whatever mile ball of glass and ice. And so, yeah, it's going to look like it's just going straight overhead as it goes away from you,
Exactly.
or
It's
as it comes at you. But in the morning, the sun is actually coming down as it comes at you,
mm,
and it just appears like it's coming
yeah.
up like this because it's your perspective.
It's so this guy in the chat, he is actually he's a globe earther. He's a normie, he says, and his
Okay.
name is Syzygy. And he said the higher you go, you're closing your distance to the central space sphere, which is the celestial sphere, not
Mm-hmm.
opening up the distance.
What?
Okay, thus, when you
Can you just no?
ascend,
Can you read it one more time from start to
okay,
finish?
the higher you go up, you are closing your distance to the central space sphere, not
Yes.
opening up the distance. And then he continues, he says, thus, when you ascend after sunset, you can see the sun again. You concave is not possible as that we live on a globe. Okay, you know what? There's a link in the chat, and if you want to come join us,
Yeah,
we
I
could.
can
Yeah,
explain that very easily. You might
yeah.
not understand it very easily, but I can explain it
No,
very easily.
I could save you some problems if you really want to try to understand this.
Yeah, hop
If you
on,
go
and because then we can have an
hop
actual back
on,
and forth volley, and then it won't take so long, and we
and
won't
in
have to read
fact,
your type
I'll
messages.
go and I'll pull up this amazing video. It's concave Earth in a nutshell, and in the first 5 minutes, that's the first thing like Steven kind of goes to is explaining the apparent dome and what we see with
Right.
light bending.
Yeah.
With the light bending upward in the earth, right,
Right.
is a huge truth to this. So
What most people don't understand is the sun you see in the sky isn't the actual sun. It's just a manifestation or a projection
correct.
or whatever. It,
Yes.
you're seeing the manifestation of the sun where it's manifest. That's not the actual sun. You're just seeing a projection of it. And so that's why, you flat earthers have footage of the sun being, right in the clouds. It's like, that's not the actual sun. That's just,
And so how many do we believe the sun resides in the next layer beyond the firmament, or
yes, I believe that the sun and the moon are inside the firmament on the other side of it. And we are outside of them. Yeah. The sun and the moon are on the other side of the firmament from us.
and in scriptures it talks about seven heavens, is that correct? Seven is
Some will talk about seven heavens. Some spots talk about three heavens. Some spots talk about 10 layers of heaven.
hmm. Yeah, so let's see. The sunrise in Florida is noon in Paris, and a sunset in India. How are we seeing something in Paris from India and Florida at the same time if the Earth is concave? Well, it's very simple.
Exactly.
It,
Yeah.
it works better on
Flat
a
earthers
concave
can't answer
Earth. Yeah,
that.
with bending light, because
Yeah.
actually this is a problem with the heliocentric model, and they have some problems
They can't
with
explain
this.
what we see of the sun. Yeah. They can't explain why the sun looks
Exactly.
so close.
Yeah. So this can all be explained with the light bending within the concave Earth. with the celestial sphere, with the octahedron, with the sun not being it's being more of a transmitter, not the
Right.
actual
The actual
right.
sun's on the other
Yes.
side of the glass, but
Yes.
we do see
Yeah.
a manifestation of the sun way down here under the glass, and it always manifests itself close to the viewer, which is
Yes.
why you're able to see it in one location and another. Because as a flat earther, I couldn't answer that. Why am I seeing the sun? I'm filming the sun directly in the clouds in Boston, while at the same time somebody in LA, they're filming the clouds right there in the sun too, right? The sun in the clouds too. And so I'm
Yeah.
thinking to myself, but then the high altitude balloon footage, you can see that the sun's appearing right at 20-mile altitude with the balloon camera. So it's like, well, which is it? Is the sun 1 mile up in the clouds, or is it 20 miles up with the balloon? And that's when I realized, okay, the sun we're seeing, they're they're it, it, they're only appearing close to the viewer, whether it be a camera or a naked eye. It doesn't matter. The sun is always going to manifest close to you. It will never leave you or forsake you.
Yeah.
And so this is why, as long as you're on the half of the Earth with sun, it's always going to appear in everybody's clouds, which
Right.
isn't possible if the Earth. Which isn't possible if the sun is just an actual sphere moving around. The flat Earth has no explanation that the concave Earth does, like with bending light and
It
understanding
works.
that,
Yeah.
because flat Earthers think the sun is underneath the glass with them, which is stupid.
Oh, really?
Then we wouldn't see it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah,
it's
flat earthers have a sun and moon orbiting like
yeah.
this
It's
underneath
doing
the firmament.
donuts.
But the Bible says in the firmament, not under the
Yeah.
firmament, in the firmament. In concave Earth, we have an
Yeah.
Earth like this, and the firmament is slightly smaller. And so you have
Yes.
a firmament sphere. The firmament is a sphere. That's what flat earthers don't understand. The firmament is a sphere, and the sun and the
Yes.
moon are in the sphere, and we are outside.
Exactly. And there you go, Sitter G. What was written on what Bible verse was written on Warner von Braun's grave?
Even Mark Sargent tells you the sun and moon are
Yeah.
projections. He's right about that. It's a clue.
Yeah, it is a clue. And Werner von Braun, what he said, he says something about the firmament. There's something about God, and the firmament is his handiwork. And it just happens to be the guy who's shooting
Psalm
rockets.
19:1. Yep.
Yeah, right. Can you quote that? Is it? What is it?
I think it's Psalm
The,
19:1. Yeah.
yeah, there it is. To appreciate God's handiwork. Yeah. So anyway, that is God's handiwork. It is also talks about in the book of Job, the sky being like a molten looking glass, which is an epic verse. The
Mm-hmm.
windows of heaven were open. I mean, there's so many to just, it's mind boggling. That is, if you like that stuff. And so, yes, I hope I'm saying your name. Scissor G, yeah, says, there isn't a problem with the heliocentric model. There are people that don't understand it, however, and come up with these cool theories. Well, thank you for at least acknowledging they are a cool theory. And I
Right.
also used to think the heliocentric model, and I still do think it's a cool theory. And really, like, we've got to get over this, science is boxed in, is these are theories. And what happens with theories and why they're there is so a better idea can come and just go, bam,
Knock it out of the park.
knock it out of the park. And
The biggest problem I think for heliocentricity, like someone commented that heliocentricity has no problems. Heliocentricity has a huge problem because heliocentricity is based on a convex Earth, and heliocentricity's biggest problem is 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 water curving upwards. That's a
yeah,
huge, massive problem for
yeah,
heliocentricity. Keep that in mind.
yeah. Ooh, yes, because time's gonna come. Someone's gonna, yeah. I mean, it's not like there's
Because
not enough.
when you
Yeah,
get out
water,
there, when you get out
water.
there and
Believe it or
you
not,
think,
Sister G. Yeah, water is curving upwards, my man. Yes, and the boats just appear to go over the horizon. And because what's
Yeah.
happening is, like I said, there's glass in the sky and light is curving upward. So what's happening is light is bending upward, and the boat is, some refraction there on the water, and you start to get this mirroring effect. If you go to Josh's channel, Zenith Atlas, I mean, I could bust out some of this footage for you. Uh, yeah, it's yeah. I did a little live stream and had your footage there, and just it's epic stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
if
you.
you
I
want
mean,
to see
I literally catch the boats in the middle of the dip in the water, and I look from one shore to the other shore, and you can literally see that in the middle of the lake, the boat is like way down here, and from shore to shore, I zoom from shore to shore from 5 inch altitude, just 5 inches over, which none of the flat earthers will do. They want to keep their cameras up on tripods 3 or 4 feet, but I get right down to the water and I skim right along the water, and those boats in the middle of the lake are way
So he says
on
light is not curving. He says light is
man, it's dumb.
not
Even
curving, and I
if
want to
light
say,
doesn't curve, even the heliocentric model can't explain the lunar eclipse without light curving.
yeah, exactly, and the Gegenschein,
So
right? Yeah,
you need the light bending light for your helio model to work,
yeah,
bro.
you need it.
You're not ready to debate us, bro. You're not ready.
And you're not there yet. But we'd love to bring you on. And I know most people don't understand the heliocentric model, and I can't say I'm an expert on it, but I have been really kind of versed in this thing in the past. It's been a while now. Been a while. And yeah, I do understand it. No, and light does not travel in a straight line. What happens when you shoot a laser across a lake? You ever
You
seen
can
that?
shoot a laser through a fish tank, bro.
Yeah, bro, it bends like crazy. Light absolutely bends, bro.
Light
It's been
bends.
proven with theodolites. You can
Dude, you
prove
can
it.
just go on YouTube. You can just YouTube bend it. You don't even
Yeah,
have to be a concave earther.
yeah.
Everybody in the science world knows light bends. You're not.
It
You just
absolutely bends, bro. He's sticking with his guns, and that's all
yeah.
right.
Okay.
That's all right. You can come back to that. We're not being silly. We're trying to be engaging. We're trying to have healthy conversation, an adult kind of conversation. And yeah, we appreciate you coming in the chat. And
Even mainstream science, like videos with millions of views, will show you bending light. So I don't like.
yeah, even Ken Wheeler will tell you about bending light.
No, I mean like mainstream
Absolutely,
science. I mean like
and he's a badass. I think Ken Wheeler knows the Earth's concave.
you know what I mean.
You know
Like
who Ken
I
Wheeler
bet
is?
you even National Geographic would tell you that light bends. And
Oh, he wants to know why the sky's blue, Josh.
even the
Why
sky
is
is
the sky
blue
blue?
because we live in the lowest air layer of the atmosphere, and it's plasma. It's, you know, it's plasma. We basically live in an onion layer, and glass is our ceiling, and so there's a plasma glow. That's why the sky is blue. It's not.
Auroras.
I used to think it's because there's water above the firmament. While it's true there is water up there, that's not why the sky is blue. It's actually blue for a different reason. Because once you go up in a high altitude balloon, you no longer have you're in the black. You're still under the firmament, but you're in the black, and it's because there's only several miles of that layer of atmosphere where there's that plasma glow. And it's
Mm.
that plasma glow that leads people to believe that once you go up in altitude, even from a plane, that it appears that the Earth is convex because they see that curve. But what that curve really is like if you take a flat surface and you shine a flashlight on it, you're going to get a circular area of light on that table. Now, if you're now consider you're just an ant on that table, just at the just at the center of that light, and you're looking outwards like this. Say like you're in the middle of a pizza and you're looking outwards towards the crust. It's going to have that same curvature, but yet the table's flat. And so you're not actually looking at a convex Earth. You're just looking at the edge of that circular area of light. And so that's what has a lot of people believing that they're looking at a convex Earth from high altitude, from various high altitudes, whether it's 5 miles or 20, you know, they're looking at a circular area of light because the sun is manifesting. The sun's always going to manifest close to you. So that's why from 5 miles up in the air, 6 miles from an airplane, the sun's going to manifest close and provide that circular area of light, which is making you think you're looking at a convex Earth. Or whether you're up at 20-mile altitude in the balloon, you're looking at high altitude balloon footage. Now you've escaped that plasma. So now you're looking down at that plasma glow that the Earth provides at that layer of altitude. So
well, I hope that that's
you're
for
looking down at the Earth and you're looking at this area of light, the edge of it, and you're just seeing. And so even though the Earth is actually curving upwards and away from you at a very small rate, because you're only up 20 miles and the radius of the Earth is 4,000, so it's not gonna you're not gonna optically see like you're not gonna see that. You're gonna see convex curvature because you're looking at the perimeter of a pizza crust. You know,
correct. And depending also in what time of year it is, how cold. And so, Scissor G here, he or she, I'm not sure who. I'm not going to gender them. Well, it's not plasma, but why is plasma blue? Okay, check it out, bro. You know what?
even has all the videos on that shit.
Dude, there's probably a lot of things that you can join us here and
I'm
you
not
can
even going to bother
educate
getting
us.
into it because
He
there's
could
better
probably,
people than I that speak about it. I'm just telling you what I saw. I've seen these experiments. It's not something I have to read and believe. You can watch experiments of all this shit. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like this really is paramount evidence. That's why we're ignored. Is because we can't be beaten. You're not going to beat us. You can either just ignore us or you're probably just going to.
On the globe model, why is the sky blue? I used to think that it was like a mirror of the water and like that's what I used to think. So I'm not sure, but that wasn't like paramount in my like.
Yeah, there has to be a reason. How come we're not just looking out in the black?
Yeah, but I'm sure it's very. I'm sure there's somebody who could
answer to that.
Definitely
the concave
covered that topic.
Has an explanation for that. Because
why is the sky blue on the globe model? But it's not really important to me anymore. Really, why the sky is blue? As like, there's so many other questions that I could ask.
I bet the heliocentric model would claim the same thing. The sky is only blue during daylight. It's when there's light. Even in the concave Earth model, you need the sunlight for it to be blue. Otherwise, it's just black. But in the heliocentric model, there is no plasma. So why? So then, how is the sky blue? The concave model has an explanation. So
if I don't
how is that
know,
plasma being created on the convex Earth in outer space if there's no glass?
Yeah.
See what I'm saying? Like,
hello.
You need the
I get it.
To make that happen. The heliocentric model has no glass, so how are you going to glow the plasma?
Yeah. So, he seems to think that we don't even know the globe model at a middle school level. And you know what? Because it's kind of changed since I was a kid. It really has. It used to be like I thought we were just like, it shows, like the Earth, right, and then the sun, and we're all like spinning around the sun, right? But then I think they kind of added that whole part where we're like, no, we're actually like chasing the sun through like untold, it's a.
I think it's like over 600,000 miles an hour the sun is traveling through space from the Big Bang.
That is spinning like a top. That is spinning like a top.
400,000. I don't know, some fucking stupid number.
Yeah,
and stupid number.
And then also you can. They've never, Mr. Syzygy, they have never ever had an experiment that can prove the rotation of the Earth. Imagine that. Imagine that. Are you going to go to the Foucault pendulum? Are you going to go to that argument? I'm sure you'll go to that one because you got to, disregard that one because find out what happens during an eclipse to that
All they can
pendulum.
do is prove a rotation. They can't prove what's rotating. They can
Yeah.
prove a rotation and then claim the Earth is rotating, but they can't just prove that the sky and gravity is rotating, quote unquote
Yeah,
rotating.
we know exactly how they
Tesla would
work.
call it universal compression, but whatever. We'll just
Yeah. Yeah. So
label.
we do know about the Foucault pendulum. And yes, we do know about this. And do you know what happens to the pendulum during an eclipse? Have you researched that?
Goes.
Oh, dude, God, like, do we have to get technical about the thing? Talking about the anomaly, yeah, I do understand it. Oh, what happens when we die? Finally, welcome, Tony B. What is up, man? Hello, and there is a link. I will post another one in the chat if you would like to join. And he says, what happens when we die? Well,
COVID
that is a very good question. And for my simple explanation is that, yeah, you have a creator and he's very interested in having a relationship with you. And he wants the best for you. And he wants, all the best for you. And he also gave you freedom of choice. So you can choose him and you can uh, uh, exit this life if when you die, and you can join your father uh, to be with him as like a part of him, to be in his kingdom, uh, and for eternity, right? Like that. Or you can not want to be with them, and you he don't he can't he's not going to make you want him. And so it's just, and I don't think it's an everlasting torment, or you're just like out, bro. You're out in outer darkness. You're just not done. You kaput. So yeah, that's what happens as far as I think when you die. What about you, Josh? What do you think?
Well, I would have to have died and then come back from the dead in order to know what happens when you die. Or to remember what happens when we die. Depends. Depends on whether or not reincarnation is. If reincarnation is the thing, that means I don't remember what happens when we die.
Mm.
That's a whole different conversation.
Ooh. Yeah, that is. I mean, a lot of people, some people do think the Bible talks about reincarnation, and this
Yeah,
Tony
that's
B
another. I'm
says,
undecided because
yeah,
I
he
either
says, what is
don't
that
know or
based
don't
on?
remember.
What is that belief based on? Is what he says, and I think mine's based on my spiritual journey, just as a human here. Having a human experience inside Earth and coming to the realizations. A lot of them, yeah, and uh, yeah, I do believe in the Word of God, the Word of God. So
Word.
yeah, you could paint me in that box. Okay, okay. Are you aware the Foucault pendulum plugs onto the wall? I don't know. I don't know. There's a very interesting concave Earth video about
Plugs
that.
into the wall.
Yeah,
Does he mean with like a cord? It plugs into the electrical outlet.
yeah, I guess so. Tony B says Buddhism and reincarnation is full of shit. Do you really think you are the same as a mosquito? Because that's what Buddhists believe. I do not believe that, Tony B.
Yeah,
And I
I
would
don't
hate
believe
to
one
come
way or
back
the
as a
other, so I don't. Yeah.
blood sucking mosquito. That would be just my luck. If I
I
come
know,
back as
right?
a mosquito, that would
Yeah,
be.
what creature would you not want to be
Oh,
reincarnated
no, I
as?
got that mixed
That's
up.
a good trivia question. If you were going to be reincarnated as an animal,
Mm.
which one would you not want to be? I
Yeah,
don't know.
yeah, he doesn't like boot. And Synergy is on about the Foucault pendulum takes electricity. Do you have any idea how they work or what they do? I don't know, Tony, but you
Uh,
don't have any idea about the glass sky or the octahedron or any of the stars. You don't know about sonoluminescence. You don't know UNGATS. You don't know about bending light. You don't know about
if
uh,
light doesn't
how
bend,
the
then how do you
Antolina
explain a
really
comet?
works.
A
Yeah,
comet's is proof, like,
you don't know, bro. You don't know. So you know, as far as me doing any more heliocentric research, I
yeah,
think,
yeah, we're
yeah,
good.
I'm all right, man. I can
You
only take so
you
much of
still
a
need to
clam
talk with
shell.
the flat earthers. You're not.
No, I'm not a globe denier. I used to be on the team, bro. I
Yeah,
was
we understand the Earth
dude,
is a sphere, bro.
I was so on your team. I would argue with anybody about. I would listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson blow bullshit up my ass for hours and go, "Oh my god, you were just." I mean, ancient aliens. My head was just. You take me wherever, bro. I mean, I could just. I didn't know head nor fucking tails, and then oh, so why is light faster heading east? Uh, and that would have to do something with like the etherical push and lift, right?
I don't know
That
that light has a speed. I think light might just be a perturbation.
magnetism.
Light just exists. I don't know that light has a
No, I don't
speed,
think it has.
but I can't prove or disprove that. So I'm not going to
How
even.
does the ISS lap the
Or even
Earth
if
in 90 minutes? Yeah, he's on it. Flight, not light. Oh, flight. Okay, flight. Sorry. Why is flight faster heading east? Well, that has to do with, I think, the jet streams definitely heading east because when I fly from Australia to,
those still exist, right? I
yeah,
mean, doesn't
it's
matter if they're on
definitely,
the inside of the sphere or the outside of the sphere. Those are still a real thing.
yeah,
So
it has everything to do with, I believe, that the wind and like the way that the wind comes.
airflow, yeah, it's just
Yeah,
airflow.
airflow. Yeah, same kind of thing when you're sailing around the Earth. You have to do it. It's almost impossible to go the other way. I think, like if
Yeah,
you're trying to do a
all
circuit.
forms of liquid have current. You know what I mean? Whether it be a
Yeah,
river or an ocean. But you got
it's
to
not nothing.
understand, air is technically a liquid because it has moisture. So there's even going to be current in the air. Current, see,
Yeah, and he's asking about the Coriolis effect, which is a lift and sink force, and that definitely has something to do, right, with the etherical push because that's what you're not understanding is,
yeah,
you
that's
know,
going to be the whole conversation about
yeah,
gravity versus universal
yeah. This
contraction,
is this
electrical
is
dielectric, levitation, diamagnetic levitation rather, and electromagnetism and all that shit.
yeah, yeah.
'Cause
There's
gravity is like not is pretty weak of an
yeah,
explanation for the whole. It really falls apart.
man. We've got 5 people. So everybody, welcome to Paradise Found. We're talking about all things. I don't know, from Concave Earth, New World Order, name it, where we go when we die. If you would shoot, I should share this and get a link in the chat there. If someone wants to join, I will post it. Let's see. Man, I have to say, props to me for finally. I'm actually like technically halfway adept. I'm a complete
You're
like
doing
a
good, bro. I think you're doing
troglodyte.
good.
when it
I
comes
haven't
to,
hosted a live stream in a long time.
yeah, and man, uh, we have a jet stream. Yeah, I mean, like uh, Scissor G. Yeah, I really would love for you to come on, and if you just, yeah, if you could like review some of the concave Earth information. I definitely gave we've all given the heliocentric stuff. Oh man, like I said, I burnt my years out on that, and it
Okay.
just kept on getting, you know. I'll definitely, Paul. I will definitely make it a regular thing, and I'm going to bring people on from the community, and it's open to all. You know, whether you're concave Earth or whether you're here in Australia, you want to talk about the lockdowns and you want to talk about them dividing the people, because this is not about just this. This is a war for
Information
information.
is
This is a
great,
war
yeah,
for our
in
minds.
general.
This is much. This is super big, and yeah, I have given the globe model plenty of time, bro. Shoot, yeah, you're all of us. You know, I've been there.
Yeah,
No, I
what,
appreciate, and I appreciate
we should have
you, and
been
I
back to the
appreciate.
moon by now, bro. Come on, man. We've given it enough time.
I believe it. I went, and but don't you think, Scissor G? Do you keep up with, your what's Makakaguki and what are these different helio heads that are just like and
Neil
the
said it
Lawrence
again. He didn't go to the moon.
like
He did it.
Lawrence Cloud, right? Kraus, or yeah, we didn't go to the moon, bro.
That's
So
like the third time. I'm sorry, Buzz Aldrin. That's like the third time he's made it
dude,
very clear he didn't land on the moon. He didn't go to the moon.
anyone, man, I was talking to my cousin the other day, and he's a hip old hippie, a cool dude, and I really hadn't discussed these. I talked to my cousins a couple times about it, but they just neglected it. And so I told them, I was talking about the Laurel Canyon. I don't know. That's such an interesting documentary about the Laurel Canyon CIA base that was up there and how the whole hippie movement was basically a CIA like psyop, and all those bands came out of there, like the Doors and the Mamas and Papas, and uh, you know, Jim Morrison's dad was on that ship in the Bay of Tonkin that started the Vietnam War. He's an admiral, and all these kids, and how they had this base up there, and that's where Kubrick went. When they saw the scenes from Doctor Strangelove, and they got him to build those sets for the moon landing, and he built these massive sets. I mean, you can go look them up today, and they actually, he filmed the moon landing. Stanley Kubrick did in a studio in Laurel Canyon. And he's like, my cousin was like, what? I was like, yeah, dude. And he's like, the moon? We went to the moon. I was like, no, we didn't go. You think we went to the moon? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, and that whole thing's falling apart because now we're supposed to go to Mars. And then we have, great expeditions like China. They just landed on the moon. Did you see the footage? Oh, it was
That
amazing.
was so funny. That
That,
didn't
I
that look
mean,
so bad? That looks
that's so
horrible.
awesome. It's
It
so
looks so bad.
welcome. Yeah, welcome to the show. A big performance for your eyes. Here, look at the screen. We're going to Mars. We're on Mars. Ooh,
Like they didn't fool anybody with that footage. Like nobody, zero.
I saw
They
a
couldn't.
really cool a flat. It was in a flat Earth video. I think, and it showed like pictures from Mars, and you can actually see camels in the background, like they're filming
That
it
just
from.
shows you Pluto the dog on Pluto the planet. I mean, give me a break.
Yeah, yeah, so it's sci-fi. It's like it's heliocentric. It's real, man. I used to think sci-fi was sci-fi, but that is, listen to some
You
of them.
actually take an amateur zoom camera or a telescope and you actually look at the stars and the planets, they look nothing like what NASA shows.
Mm.
When you actually do it for yourself, when you
Yeah.
zoom up into the sky and look through the lens,
Yeah. That's why
instead
they
of
got
instead of just
Freemasons.
trusting the images that NASA shows you or trusting what's in the textbook, when you actually go spend the money and go spend the time and go record the footage and then have to
Yeah.
put it in your laptop, convert it and upload it and all this other happy horse shit.
Exactly.
And all the time to do that work, and then you'll know that
You'll know.
you'll know that what you're being told is bullshit when you actually do it for yourself.
I think Syzygy, if you went to and looked up Concave Earth in a Nutshell on Lord Stephen Christ's channel and you watched that video, I think maybe a couple times, and you just, yeah, it'd probably kind of pique your interest a little bit.
Mm.
Milton or Joshua, have you heard of the trichronic model? Is that like a trichome weed model? Is it formed, the universe formed after a trichome off a cannabis plant? Just kidding, but
It's all
yeah.
fractal, man. It's all fractal. You're just gonna keep
Okay.
zooming into more trichomes and more trichomes and more.
Oh yeah, yeah. I like it. That sounds interesting. I mean, like this is what it is, right? No, he says the tricho braith. I can't really
Oh, I thought
pronounce
you
that.
said trichomes.
Braith model paradise found. Syzygy has done some concave hours. That's more than flat earthers have tried with. Okay, well, good point. Thanks, Paul. And yeah, good on you. I mean, Syzygy, just thanks for being here and like because we want this. We
Yeah, we
yeah.
want that. That's what we
This is what
want
we're
because
looking for. If you got some
if you're
friends
not
and
gonna
you,
if you're not gonna ask questions, then you're not those the people who ask the questions are the people who get answers, and the people who just want to go
yeah,
away and not asking any questions. Those are the ones that don't learn.
and
But
I think you'll
that's
really
good.
find that the community is not just us two. There's quite a large bunch of very intelligent concave earthers out there just still in the woodwork, like Paul. Man, I remember you from back in the day, and man, we need to call up some of them old heads to come out and start spreading the good news. I mean, time's getting short. I think LSC was kind of right. Everyone's got to go. Okay, LSC might have been a little crazy, but when you're talking, we're all FEMA detention camps. Ha ha ha.
Oh, fuck all that. You don't need to be you don't gotta live your life in fear.
I'm not talking about in fear, but I mean like
Yeah.
it's. I mean I don't. It's like it's it's happening. It's going to happen. It's literally going to happen.
What do you mean it is literally gonna happen?
I mean, I'm talking about like the whole, the move is on for them to straight, you know, ramp up their
To
control.
actually conglomerate all these countries together into one?
Yeah, pretty much to at least
In a
cut
nutshell.
all the dissidents, cut all the dissidents from the herd. Basically,
So
that's what they're
one
doing here
country,
in Australia.
we're just one country. It's called Earth.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do all that stuff. Yeah. So Paul's brought up Sam Hancock, and yeah, we even bring Sam on. I really wanted to reach out to Sam because yeah, just to touch base and go, hey, let's all come back down to earth and go with where can we go from here? I mean, yeah, everyone's got their own beliefs. Paul has beliefs. Earlier, he said that he thinks Stephen could be a Freemason, and I thought maybe at one time I thought maybe a Jesuit plant or something. I don't know. And some people like Sam even think that, you know, everything is like, you know, like Steven has a whole team of people behind him. And but there were some interesting things. He was funded by somebody. I'll have to say that when he was doing that rectilineator experiment,
Yeah.
somebody shelled out some cash for that. That wasn't cheap.
No.
Man, that was a bummer. That experiment didn't work out.
I
And I
just
think
don't know
maybe
why he thought aluminum would work. I'm not sure why he even bothered.
Okay. Alex says, where is LSC? Oh, LSC is residing somewhere in some kind of a, is it a institution? I want to say, and I don't know if he's really has a outdate or something. I don't know if he's, it doesn't, yeah, they're friggin', I got him locked away. And yeah, we're saying a prayer for Stephen. I guess, yeah, we're praying to God for Stephen that he can get out and carry on whatever. I don't know, but carry on doing whatever. But yeah, I think he represents a real threat to just the whole thing. Which I think all of us with this knowledge are very, you know, it's kind of daunting to, let's just say, Scissor G, that we are correct. Let's just play that game for a minute. That we are happen to be correct. We happen to be this little tiny YouTube channel that wander across, and these crazy people are kind of talking about this certain thing, right? And then all of a sudden, you know, you're noticing, man, like, okay, heliocentric model, I've always been on it, but what the fuck is going on with the world? Right? And you start to dig into some of that shit. And then all of a sudden it'll start, reality will start coming around that, yeah, it's been shaped for you by these people who want to keep you disconnected so far out in space that you cannot have any chance of getting close to your creator. So yeah, yeah. So Alex, yeah, he's locked away, and I don't know when he's getting out. And we're out here spreading the truth, spreading the concave Earth, and we're actually gaining some big traction here. I'm very excited. Like and share this video. Send it out all over. And if you have anybody who would be interested in coming on and talking with us, we're open for that. You don't have to come on camera. And Josh, if you get tired,
Yeah,
bro,
that's true. You could always come on and leave your mic on and your
yeah.
camera off. You know, that'll, you know, if you don't want to, you know, you might have, you know,
Are you kidding?
you
Alex
might be
says,
around family that doesn't want to be recorded or something or whatever. So everybody has a different situation. It's all good, but you know.
Alex says, thanks for paying attention in the chat. Wow, like it's good to have somebody in the chat. It's kind of weird trying to talk to myself. All right. And then Paul says, I keep trying to get some flat earthers over here, but I'm getting only globe folk. That's cool. Bring the globe folk because they're, you know, globe folk
Oh,
got to
the
be interested
iconic
in.
model. Okay. Um,
Yeah,
Tycho
that's
Brahe. Tycho
interesting.
Brahe was an astronomer, and I forget exactly why I remember that name. So maybe you can ask Alex, maybe you can expand upon Tycho Brahe and
Oh,
the
cool.
Tyconic model. You know, feel free to jump on and, you know.
Yeah, yeah.
There's gotta,
Paul
there's
brought.
gotta. I'm sure there's plenty of stuff that Sean doesn't know, and plenty of stuff that I don't know.
Oh
So
yeah.
we can all learn from each other. You know what I mean? It's that kind of humility that warrants us great pieces of knowledge. We understand that.
Mm, yeah. I just feel like I'm along for the ride. Yeah, that's for sure. I've learned a lot about all the models in my time. To tell you the truth, I came with a basic understanding of where I thought we lived, and that was sufficient. In fact, I thought as far as my friends go, I had a little better understanding than your average person who doesn't really give this shit a lot of thought. I think your average guy,
Right.
they're not thinking about the stars.
Plus,
Me, I couldn't.
if,
Yeah.
if for the convex earthers, um, that have yet to even debate the flat earthers regarding what we see as we look through the atmosphere. Um, you really should, because excuse me, when your constituents who also promote a convex heliocentric model or any type of convex Earth, when they present their argument as to why the flat earthers can see so far, they claim it's because of refraction, which is bending light. Um, so refraction exists due to particulates in the air. Now, the convex Earth community and the schools and the textbooks, and this is the accepted science, the mainstream and accepted model will tell you that with more particulates in the air, this will allow you to see further down the curvature over the curvature of the Earth. And so this is why this is a response that the convex earthers will give to the flat earthers, is that it's because you're filming through atmosphere that's more dense, and therefore you're not seeing uh, this far because Earth is flat. You're seeing this far because you're seeing over the Earth. That's what they'll tell the flat
Right.
earthers. And so I know this is bullshit because I'm the guy claiming that water curves upward. Not that it's flat or curving down. I'm claiming that it curves upward. And I'm also the guy that did that filming shoreline to shoreline with reference objects using cargo ships and fishing boats and the opposite shoreline. And I did it before and during the COVID shutdown. And in Detroit, a COVID shutdown changes the air a lot. That will drastically reduce the particulates in the air. And I'm here to tell you that the mainstream accepted science model is dead wrong, as they should be, because they're trying to tell you that a more dense air allows you to see further. It's stupid. You never should have believed that bullshit in the first place. And I proved it because during the COVID shutdown, where there's obviously way less particulates in the air, I'm able to see the opposite shoreline of Lake St. Clair every single day. It's, where previously, before the shutdown, I would only see the opposite shoreline clearly on certain days with great visibility. But during the COVID shutdown, every day was a great day of visibility, which disproves the notion that more particulates in the air allows you to see further. I proved that with less particulates in the air, we're able to see further. And that's because they're lying to you about refraction.
Hang on. Hang on 1 second, Josh. Let's I got your footage here. Let me just yeah, let's switch over this. And yeah.
Oh, you could just mute that. That's one of the raw pieces of raw footage.
Okay. I don't want to mute everything. I don't know.
Well, some of them get kind of loud. Some of them the waves are loud because some days the water is choppy, and some days the water is.
Is that better?
Yeah, which
No.
video is that?
I'm not.
423. Yeah, that's a good one. 479 is a good one.
Oh
Uh,
shoot! Yeah.
427 is a good one. Yeah, there's some really good ones. But one of my best videos, YouTube took down off my main channel, but it's still up on my backup channel. That's the one that shows during the COVID shutdown is my Adam's apple video. We'll show it, and my inner circle video, which is only at my backup channel. My inner circle video, and a couple of the raw footages um, near the end. 479 in particular. 479 is a good one, but those videos will really.
Raw footage. Which one?
I would just go to the video section
Okay.
up top there. Yeah, click on that and just
Okay.
scroll down to 40479.
0479. Where is that? Okay. Okay. 0479. This is it.
There you go. You just mute that.
Let's hope
Yeah, it's
I
already
don't have
muted.
something.
There you go.
There we go.
Now just enlarge the screen, make it
Okay.
widescreen. Yeah, just do one of those. There you go. Now you can clearly see from 5-inch altitude that I'm looking upwards over this white boat. All those white boats. So my camera is
Look
only
at that.
5-inch altitude.
Oh man.
But those boats are several feet, which means to look upward.
Look at that.
To look past
Look at
those
that.
boats, I have to look upward. Well, if I'm looking upward, how am I seeing anything? Even if water's flat, that's not
Like,
possible.
check that out.
That water's curving upward.
Wow, that is tight, bro.
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
That is so tight. I love that, man. Oh, what's this? Let's not play that.
No, you can back out of that and play the play the previous video. Play the Adam's apple one. That's a different piece of footage.
Which one?
And the Adam's apple one.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Yeah. Yeah, that one's fucking hilarious. Just enlarge that.
Should we play that with the sound?
No. Well, yeah, I mean, no. Let
Okay.
the users go to my channel on their own and play the sound. It's just there's swearing and stuff. I don't know if there's children watching or whatever. But excuse me, near the end of this video, you'll see some boats way across this lake, and it's obvious.
Yeah, this one's good. This is the one with the, is this the fishing boat? Look at that.
Yeah, pretty much all of them are the video with.
Oh, look at that footage.
That's what I use for reference objects and fishing boats.
That's disgusting.
Yep.
So let's take into account here, folks, that he is literally. How far off are you off the water there, Josh?
I'm always somewhere between 4 and 6 inches. It's tough to tell because each time I film, sometimes the waves are tall, sometimes the waves. You can tell this day the waves. That water's kind of calm. Other days the water is much choppier.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's a ballpark distance, but you'll see. I always show my camera altitude. You know what I mean? It's always like 4, 5, 6 inches. There you go. I'm kneeling down, and you can see that my camera's lower than my waist. Obviously, it's way down there near my knees. There's a concrete pad that's submerged in like 3 or 4 inches of water. See, this is what I was talking about. Look at that. You can tell that water's curving up. The shoreline is above the boat. How is that possible if water's curving down and away? That doesn't make sense. That should all that land in those buildings should be over the curve. I shouldn't see those land in those buildings. But that doesn't mean the earth is flat. That water's curving up. We live on the inside of the sphere. It's so simple. It's not like we're so crazy. Look at that. That water's curving up, people.
Like, dude,
That's Detroit. That's right next to Detroit during the COVID shutdown. Bang. And even Eric Dubay will show you the celestial sphere is a ball of stars. It's not a ball Earth. It's a ball of stars. Just
um,
because the constellations make up a ball of stars, which is inside heaven in the concave Earth model.
mm,
Get a clue, people. No offense. But
yeah, there's a,
somebody had to say it to me, and I'm glad they did. So there's that.
and if you're new to
Right?
this,
Right?
man,
Right? So,
if you're new to this information and you just tend to like interesting, strange things, I please uh, go down the interesting and follow the information, and I guarantee you that you will be riveted. Promise, it will definitely have an effect on you, and you will either hate it or you'll learn to love it. But it's very, at the least, yeah,
and
very
Mark Sargent
interesting.
and Eric Dubay, they don't have none of their own P900 footage,
Here we
which
go.
is
Can I
why
play
I have
this,
a bit
Josh?
more. Which is why I have a bit more respect for Rob Skiba because he actually went there and did that. You know
Yeah,
what I
he
mean?
did.
So, like
How
me,
are you?
he actually got his ass outside with a camera and got his ass out. Went out to the water and got in the water, literally, just like in a different way, but at least some of us got in the water. Shout out to Greg Wyeth, got in the water. You know what I mean? Some
How
people
did
out there getting
how
out in
did
the
you
water. That's what the book actually says to do: is get in the fucking water.
like? How are you the only dude after
Right?
everyone who's got these P900s? How are you the only dude to ever to like hold it down, like water
That's
level?
what I'm saying. Like, why?
Uh,
Why none
are
of
you
the
like a
chronicles want to
genius?
do it? None of Red's rhetoric won't do what I'm doing, but
No,
neither will Rob Skiba. But neither will
no.
Jaron. But neither will some of the smaller time flat earthers. That work with cameras.
Yeah, this is our public
Like
plea.
wide awake. Why doesn't wide awake? Come on up here to Lake St. Clair. We'll go film together. I'll show you why.
Yeah, you know what? Like
Give me a
really,
break.
like
You
let's
know,
let's it's time. It's
Jeez.
time, and maybe me and you can make this transition, Josh, where we can go to Rob Skiba, where we can go to some of these some of these people who we know they've been, they got good intentions, but they kind of just had to go with this. I feel with Rob that it's this whole thing with the LSC thing, and that I think it's a humility kind of thing in his heart that he couldn't possibly be, this guy could possibly be right about it. And I believe that it's just kind of like, an
I think
internal
I think
battle.
Stephen knows it's concave. I don't think he believes that the Earth is flat.
No, I mean, I'd like to just have a real conversation with some of these, especially fundamental, like Bible, without all the vitriol, and just have a heart to heart. Well, then why do you guys get this reaction from Concave? How come you guys react the way you do? How come you ignore it? How come you know, deflect? And does it scare you? What scares you about it? Let's talk about,
Hmm.
yeah, let's have a real, like a Christian discussion. If we're, as far as, believers go, I mean, shouldn't we be able to have an adult discussion about, especially about what the Bible says? Because the Bible, I mean, they clearly says that it's a flat Earth book. I mean, I hear that constantly as an argument. Oh, concave, ridiculous, not scriptural. It's like, bro,
Oh, if you're
works.
gonna if you're gonna play some of my videos, you should play some of the ones that I do about the sun. That would help them understand you know, why we see the sun where we see it in a concave Earth.
Okay.
There you go. See zigzag close.
Yeah, I mean, like there's just these little, like memes can go a long way. Just these little. There it is. That is an amazing. That's at the start of that LSC. in a nutshell. It's called, Concave Earth in a Nutshell.
Yeah,
Very good.
it's a good video to watch. But you'll see there, the sun is always manifesting close at a low altitude. Even
Yeah,
there,
it took me
and so
kind of
that's why you're seeing that what looks like convex curvature to Earth. You're not. Even in the blackness, there's more Earth.
right. So the way it was described, is that correct? That when the sun is at the horizon, it's actually, or when is it closest to you? When it's not, when it's over your
At,
head, when it's
at
at the
zenith, yeah.
horizon. Is that right?
No, the sun is closest to you at noon. I mean,
At noon?
during the middle of the day, because that's when it's lowest to us. As it approaches to us throughout the morning, it gets lower and lower as it approaches to us. Even though it
Yeah.
looks like it's rising up from the horizon, it's
Yeah.
actually the sun orbits the celestial sphere, and as the sun approaches to us in the morning, it's actually orbiting the celestial sphere, and it's actually coming down and towards you.
Right. And there is
And then it gets
there
closer to
is
you,
the big
just like
problem.
just like this.
Yeah.
This is kind of giving you an idea. The sun lights up the half of the inside.
See that? And it's light
But as
wrapping
the sun
around.
approaches at you in the morning, it's actually coming down and towards you, not up and towards you. The sun's definitely coming towards you in the morning. That part's true, but it's not coming up and towards you. It's coming down and towards you. It just looks like it's coming up and towards
Okay. Well, we've got some opposition in the chat. Alex is firing up and he is saying, I'm a delivery guy. I'm not going to be. Sorry. Okay. It says level and flat are not the same thing.
you. Correct.
Perspective doesn't obstruct. Well, I mean,
Atmospheric
your eyes.
magnification does.
Yeah, your eyes are only. Yeah.
Atmospheric magnification will
Look at that.
definitely. Yeah.
Look
Look
at
at
that
how,
footage.
how can you not
Look at
see
that.
that water is curving upward? You know what I
Look at
mean?
that. Okay, come on. Come on, Alex. Do you see that? Hang on, let's go back. Let me go back a little bit.
How do you not see it?
Okay, we'll just hold it there. Let's just, let's just
See,
pause it there.
small local light source. So it's going to produce a small circle of light on the surface, even if that
Look at
surface
that.
is slightly concave.
Look at that. Look at that. Okay.
That, yeah, I mean,
All right. So now
just leave
let's
that
get
pause
this
for a
straight.
second. Yeah.
Let's get this straight. So Josh has filmed this with his P900 at roughly about 6 inches above the water. Now he is zooming out. How far is the tanker out there, Josh?
I would say from the direction, the lake isn't a perfect circle. So in the direction I'm facing pretty much uh, east southeast. So pretty much east, but a little bit south. So I'm actually looking towards Canada. That's actually where the cargo ship is headed, because Lake St. Clair is in between Canada and Michigan, which is why there's even cargo ships on a lake to begin with. And so I would say that cargo ship is probably about somewhere between 5 to 8 miles out. And the gentlemen that are fishing on that little fishing boat are probably somewhere between 2 and 4 miles out, roughly, something like that.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. So
Lake St. Clair is a big lake, but it only looks small compared to the Great Lakes. Lake Superior, Lake Michigan, Lake Huron, Lake Erie, etc. Lake Superior.
I'll let you answer
Lake
this
St. Clair,
question.
but Lake St. Clair is still a massive lake, you know.
I'll let you answer this question, Josh. He says, sure, that's intriguing footage. But what say you when the ship finally disappears or finally appears to disappear
It,
bottom up?
it doesn't because I can see the opposite shoreline.
Okay, so let's
See what I'm
say
saying? I can see the
when
opposite shoreline of this lake, and it's like many miles
when it
away.
does finally go out of your
From
vision,
6-inch altitude, that should not be possible on a convex Earth. Number one.
absolutely
Number
not.
two, if it were flat water, we wouldn't see this.
Correct.
We also
So,
wouldn't be able to explain the stars or have accurate maps.
and Alex, I will say that the what you're
So
trying
what
to
is
talk
coming up? It's very simple. You know,
when a boat goes over the horizon is what's happening is light is bending upward within the earth, which when that boat finally gets out of the distance of your eyes, correct, or whatever whatever you focus in on, correct, right, it's what's happening is it's the boat is actually going up, but it's the light is bending in your like it's going right over the top of it, and so it's disappearing, like it's going over, but it's actually your eyes. Yeah, your eyes can. It's a trick. It's a complete trick of the eye. You know,
it
it's
is,
one of the easiest
and it
thing to
and it
fool.
and it has to do with particulates in the air. That's exactly
Correct.
what it has to do with. And the light, any given Sunday is going to be different. Huh?
It's very very easy to trick the human eye, and very easy to yeah to deceive the masses. Oh, and so back I got to back up and go to because he brought up a very good point. uh, uh okay, hang on. Mm. Well, he talked about, like it would be really hard to hide this from
It
people.
was. It was
It
really
was
hard.
real. Well, they did a good job. It was.
They had
They
to
had it
spend
pretty much
billions and
wrapped
billions
up.
and trillions of dollars to hide this from people.
Yeah, they kind of blew it with this whole internet
Where do you
thing.
think your tax money really goes?
You
This,
know.
this all has directly to do with those underground military bases that they've been spending all that money on.
Yeah.
You think those two aren't related?
Yeah. You see.
Because in this model of the universe, we have an impending uh, we have impending chunks of ice that are going to be falling, and that from the sky.
Yeah.
That's what, number one, the scriptures predict, but that's
That's
also that's also recorded history with footage of these chunks of ice falling from the sky, and so that's why you have all these people building bunkers and all this shit. Is because in the real model of the
yeah.
Earth, there's a layer of ice attached to the firmament, and global warming is threatening to melt that ice, and it will all come crashing down on us. Yay!
Yeah. Yeah. That's
And
an interesting. Yeah.
and
Scissor G.
scripture says specifically that the hail shall sweep away the
Way
refuge of lies.
of lies. That's what
Yep.
it says. And Scissor
And
G, yeah. So here's an interesting fact of science. Do you know what a mega cryometeor is? Check it out. It's a mega cryometeor. It's a mystery to your heliocentric scientists. They have no
yeah,
explanation where it
they
comes
have
from.
no idea where these massive chunks of ice are just falling
Mm,
from the sky and just smashing through people's cars, their homes,
yeah,
putting massive fucking holes in their front yards. Like,
yeah,
what's going on? It made the news. Like local news channels have
yeah. I'll
covered
take you.
these.
Man,
Yeah, there's
there's a
footage of
whole
local.
playlist.
Yeah, there's a whole. I got
There's
a
a whole
whole playlist
playlist.
of them.
Yeah,
Yeah, we got
I got
playlists
them.
of them.
And so these giant chunks of ice are going to come smashing through your house, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this has been happening like throughout before aviation. All right, they're not
Mm-hmm.
piss balls. They're not.
No, they're not chunky
They're
white
not.
balls.
You're gonna wish they were.
Those would be
All right,
blue if they were, and they're not blue ice.
and you see, and this is the reason for the chemtrails. The heat is building up. They seem to
Right.
fall around airports, a lot major airports, because of the rumbling. They seem to be coming out of the sky.
It's because of all the emissions near cities, and the airports are near big cities where there's lots of emissions, and so they spray chemtrails to keep the ice cold. That's why they're doing it. It's not to poison us; it's to keep the ice cold on the firmament. Oh, they're trying to block the sun,
Okay.
and they're trying to block sunlight because sunlight reflects off that plasma back up onto the firmament. So for both reasons, they're trying to. That's why it's always so cloudy and it's always raining all the time and all this shit. NASA is geoengineering cloud. They're
Yeah,
forming cloud forming. They've been geoengineering our weather.
this is real.
They
This
control the weather. Humans control the weather. You just don't know that.
right. And well, here's Scissor G. He said, like, where did we come from and why are we here? Some pretend to know and call it God. Others don't pretend to know. I don't pretend to know. Uh, yeah, well, I'll tell you one thing, Synergy. Now would be a good time to really look in to try to know,
Yeah, because
because
there
it
are
would
things
be
you can know. It's not just all
yeah,
faith and belief like the New Testament. Like you can
yeah,
still have your foundation built on knowledge, things you know are true, things you can test for yourself, like what you see on your screen right now. You know,
yeah. So yeah, I want to call it God, and I want to think it's a loving God who like cares about me personally, and yeah. So all those kind of things give me
well, I mean, Matthew 6:33 tells you, "Seek ye first the kingdom of God and His
yeah,
righteousness, and then all these things shall be added unto you." And so that's why I have the confidence I have now is because I first sought the kingdom of God. While everyone else thinks the shape of the earth doesn't matter, I was seeking the kingdom of God because I knew the kingdom was a physical place. You're not going to tell me spiritual angels mated with physical women and created
right,
physical giants. No, these angels that mated with these human women were physical angels,
right.
beings that came from a physical place, and there must be a place. And now that I found that place, you know, I'm telling you, you should also find that place. That's all I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good time to research, look around. In fact, I noticed in the chat here, um, someone I think they were kind of bagging on mega cryometeors, but uh, oh shit. I'm gonna see if I can't find.
I have a
Uh,
playlist on the channel.
you do on mega
Yeah,
cryometeors?
absolutely.
Okay. So I think you had it covered. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
just scroll over
This
to playlist,
playlist.
click right there, scroll down,
Yeah. Oh,
and right there, the pink one. Yep,
oh yeah. There it is. Okay. Yeah.
yep. There you go. There's a
Let's give
whole
this a go. And
playlist.
Can I turn up the sound? Something rather different. A woman from Berlin is trying to solve an unusual mystery after a large piece of ice appeared from the sky in her yard Monday morning. Our Stephanie Mazzotti is following the story and joins us now.
Yeah, Jim, this is really an unusual situation we're dealing with. I've never come across one like this before, but one expert I spoke with says ice falling from the sky in August isn't as unusual as it may seem. A Monday morning for Susan Sabula, now frozen in time.
I was bent over like this, undoing the oil cap.
Then she says she heard a swoosh and a bang.
I noticed a piece of ice about 10 feet away from me and looked around to see if anybody else was out and about.
Her husband wondered what was going on.
I looked out the window, seen the wife looking in the sky. I said, what is she looking for?
Sabula says she was in shock.
Went into the house and I said to my husband, I said, I'm not crazy. I've got to prove this fell out of the sky. 7 inches by 4 inches. The only place it could have come from was up in the sky.
Ice falling from the sky in August isn't that unusual, says Chief Pilot Victor Dominato.
Some of the busiest airspace
Oh shit, Sorky Echo. Shit.
He says it's more common to see ice that is tinted dark blue fall from the sky. That is the result of a leak from the toilet system on a plane. But because of this color, the chunk may have been from another drainage system on the plane.
Maybe the seal, the covers weren't put on tight, or maybe the valve is leaking. But in flight, as water seeps out, it starts to freeze, right? Then it gets another coating and freezes, another coating freezes, and then it gets large enough that wind resistant breaks it off.
He says this scenario could be dangerous. Sabula's husband agrees.
It was a huge chunk. I'd say if it did hit her in the head or anywhere, it would have done some damage. I have granddaughters that usually plays over here all the time, and it's a good thing they weren't out in the backyard.
Sabula says she is happy to have an explanation for this chilling incident. As for the chunk of ice, she says she's going to keep it in her freezer as a memento. Jim.
Rather unusual souvenir, but
yes,
so be it. All right. Thanks very much, Stephanie.
Real. Some Cape Coral residents have a mystery on their hands after a big chunk of ice crash landed in their neighborhood. Now, they say this happened late Thursday at the corner of Northeast 23rd and Terrace in 14th Place. All that's left there now is a dent in the ground where the ice landed. Neighbors are glad no one was hurt, but are curious about where the chunk of ice come from. Now, one of the witnesses says that he heard something cut through the air while he was walking his dog. Now, they also said that they picked up the ice, smelled it, and didn't smell anything. Now, a local news station there took this to their meteorologist, and the meteorologist went on to explain that you see large hail in areas where there's cold air aloft, and you get large supercell thunderstorms. Now, the meteorologist went on to say that they don't have supercell thunderstorms in Florida a lot. The largest piece of hail ever recorded is 8 inches in size, and that was found in South Dakota. That was not the setup that they had anywhere in Southwest Florida that evening. Now, the local news station there, NBC2, reached out to the FAA, and the FAA explains that ice falling from planes is usually blue or green in color because of disinfectants. But they are going to go ahead and check to see whether that particular ice might have come from some sort of airplane. But right now, it looks like it didn't. So what do you think? Where did this huge chunk of ice come from, making an impact crater on the ground? Leave your comments below this video. Thanks for watching.
With Google Ads. A Detroit man says a softball-sized chunk of ice fell from the sky on Sunday, crashing through his roof and leaving a gaping hole.
It could have hit me, or it could have hit the kids. They're playing a couple doors away because it's so close. I don't know. I'm really glad that it didn't. That would be a terrible thing.
Gerald Young says he thinks the ice fell from a plane flying overhead around 6 o'clock in the evening. A neighbor says they heard a whistling sound before the ice crashed into the roof and rolled to the ground. At the time, there was an outdoor party next to Young's home, but no one was hit by the ice. For now, Young has reported the incident to the FAA. An FAA spokesman says the agency is investigating the incident, but there is a better chance of tracking the ice down if Young still has a piece. Diane Kepley, The Associated Press.
Well, I was sitting in my front yard on a bench and playing on my phone, and I heard it sounded like a jet. And so I looked up, and there was a big old ball of ice, and I watched it go over, and I heard a big old, like a bomb. I walked over here, and it happened to be my friend's house. Went through the roof and the car, and it was pretty loud. Sounded like an airplane.
Wow, to my eye. No raining.
We didn't invest the window in your house. Now they're wondering if there's any more coming. You think?
It's exactly 5:30. I had read till about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning because I'm reading this really great book. And I thought, oh, I don't have to get up tomorrow. You know, I can sleep in. So I slept from 2 to 5:30. The thing woke me up. I was laying upstairs in the bed. Did you see upstairs yet? Okay. And my husband was down here, and I was on the left side of the bed, probably sleeping on my side. And it woke me up. Now, I don't know what woke me up. I don't know if it was the sound of the thing or the fact that it hit me, probably that it hit me. Okay, and I woke up, and somebody asked me if I thought it was a dream, and I said, no, I knew that because I could see the ceiling and I could see the insulation. And I thought, oh my God, what is this? Should I go down and tell Perry? Yeah, I better go down and tell Perry. So I came down, told him, and he told me to lay down, and I put ice on this right here. And I actually didn't get up for a while. And he's the one that found all the pieces around under, the bed and all over. And we think we got it all, but there might be still some up there. But the fish smell is that is very strange. It's kind of all pieces.
You're very calm about this.
I don't know. I'm just glad I'm alive, to tell you the truth.
I guess.
Dude, did you hear that? Josh, you there?
Yes, I am.
Did you hear that? What she just said, which this is the first time I caught that.
I took like 45 seconds. I muted my mic and I went to take a pee. So I actually did miss what she said.
So she said the ice smells like fish.
Ah, exactly. Because on the other side of the firmament, inside the firmament, I suspect is water.
Yeah, do you suspect that is salt water?
Which is why when we zoom in on the stars, they look like they're lights in water.
Yeah, that's another
with sonoluminescence.
That's another beautiful thing. Yeah. Multi-bubble sonoluminescence. It makes like troglodytes like me actually sound kind of smart when I say words like that. But yeah, it's actually something that you should look up is multi-bubble.
This stuff in school, and I wonder why. Right now, they're trying to teach children how to have sex at 5 years old. No wonder they weren't teaching us the truth about the earth.
Yeah. So this is a good fact.
Right?
This mystery right here is all right. Like, come on, the best scientists in the world have no fucking idea what to say, right? Because all of a sudden, like all they know is they get to this certain level and it's super hot up there.
Which is why we were never taught about these in schools, because they can't explain them.
Right. They can't explain that when it's hot up there. So why are these chunks of ice falling from it, and where are they falling
from? In Florida. Come on, Florida.
Yeah.
Why would chunks of ice be falling from the sky in Florida?
Dude. Yeah, and I mean it. It's happening.
It probably happens so much. It probably happens way more than people realize.
Yeah.
It's just if it doesn't fall near a city, nobody knows, because if it doesn't fall near a city, chances are it just falls in the woods or in a field, and nobody actually knows it ever happened.
That's exactly what.
By the next morning, it's melted, and nobody ever knows. Yeah.
A lot of anomalies can be solved, like Tunguska could have been a massive chunk, like a sheet. And they also think like there's another giant crater there that the dude dug and couldn't find, what supposedly hit there. It's like one of the biggest in the United States, and it's massive.
Yeah, and they can't explain. All these massive craters throughout the earth. They can't explain what. It wasn't freaking comets and asteroids, you idiots. It was large chunks of ice, and that's why there's no evidence of what landed here, is because they melted.
Melted, yeah.
Ta-da!
and tektites. That's another amazing proof of.
Mark Sargent calls us tektite people the peanut gallery.
Oh,
yeah.
Tektites. That's another anomaly.
Oh yeah, we're the peanut gallery of Concave.
Anomaly. Yeah, little pieces the glass sky. They're
Because
like
pectites are in the shape of peanuts. For those of you that don't know.
and they're also right. They're infused, like crusted in glass.
Yeah, those are
right?
rocks that fall from the sky.
Yeah.
Those are the
Oh
rocks
shit.
that fall from the sky. Yeah, not the pieces of ice.
Wow.
Those are the rocks. Yeah.
Man. Yep. Yep. So yep. This
So
is
there's
very
that.
good. So yeah, this is like a simple, like a thing that you can kind of chase around. A little mystery of where the ice
Mull
comes
it
from.
over for a couple days or weeks or months or
Yeah,
years.
I found it real quick. It's like I was like, what's going on with the chemtrails? Like, I know I see chemtrails. I know now I'm in the southern hemisphere. I see them again, and then so I'm looking. I think that's how I found what was going on. I was like, why are they chemtrailing? Whatever. And then I came across an LSC video, and he's like, this is it. It's like, this is it. This stuff is going, falls down.
This makes sense.
Mega cry meteor, another big word. And it's an actual thing. And it's an actual guy who's like, I don't know, like telling some amazing things, and everyone wants to hate it. Everyone wants to, oh, yeah, I don't know. It's kind of like that. If it's either like this, I look at it, Josh, either there's a few of us are just completely, absolutely batshit crazy, or the world is such a maddening place. Like, if we're right about what the world is, it's so mad. It's
Yep.
Yeah.
Because we never had to live the lives that we live. We never had to be enslaved the way that we are. If we had only held on to knowledge of the kingdom.
Mm.
And because we
Yeah.
lost our way, we've been suffering in slavery ever since. It's very simple when you piece it all together. You know?
Yeah. So, Sister G, since you know a lot about the heliocentric model, what is your theory on where these large chunks of ice come from? I know it's kind of daunting.
Oh, wow. I haven't looked at the chat in a while, so maybe.
Yeah, that's going off, man. We've had just an amazing. Oh, he thinks they're coming from a plane. So they've fallen throughout time, even before aviation. Some of them have been
these
recorded.
are recorded. Yeah, from
Yeah.
the 1800s they had these.
Yeah.
Before planes, before the Wright brothers invented.
Yeah, Some of them have weighed up to 1,000 pounds. They've cut cows in half.
Plus, nowadays airplanes are designed with anti-icing exteriors, so ice isn't going to build up on the exterior of the plane. So not only is it not the ice, the blue ice from the toilet in the plane, which is basically what that blue ice is.
Good Lord. I wouldn't want to be on that plane.
Chunk of airplane test.
I would not want to be.
But also there's in modern day there's no ice falling from the regular white or clear looking regular ice.
Yeah.
There's no ice falling from the exterior of the plane.
It's not piss balls.
Because they designed them not to, because that the ice building up on the airplane will ruin the aerodynamics and just rip the wing apart, you know. You can't have ice.
Yeah. Alex, that's not fake news, man. They're recorded throughout history, bro. They're recorded not just throughout history, but in the Bible. And now you're looking at them in the news. So this is not fake news. This is absolutely happening. And you know what? I think it's less reported. Like, this is like, to get the news to cover this, it's not a big, like, this happens a lot.
Not only is there chunks of ice falling, megacriometeors, and not only are there stones falling in the form of tektites, but there's even glass falling from the sky. You can check out the Libyan desert glass. Now, I don't know why only Libya. I'm sure there's other pieces of glass that have fallen from the sky that people just we never knew about it. You know what I mean? But there is chunks of glass that have no explanation for why there's glass out chunks of glass being found out in the desert.
We can't help it, man.
It's not. You can tell it's not something that it's natural. It's not like a man. It wasn't like a broken picture or nothing.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a man-made thing. So
Yeah.
check out the Libya. So we've got falling chunks of ice, glass, and stone. And nobody in the heliocentric world can explain why this stuff is falling to Earth.
No.
No,
at least
if they want to keep their funding anyways.
Right. And so for everybody, I encourage you to, research thoroughly, make a sound decision and go with your heart. And if you think you're doing the right thing, then rock on, but if you think something's strange and then keep at it, keep digging at it, keep asking those questions, keep trying to solve those mysteries. So Alex he said cut cows in half. Yep, that is true. He said fake news. He said it's fake news. Bible also fake news.
All right, maybe we can either put something else on the screen or I don't know what you want to do, but
no,
I think
that's not.
I don't think the chat is.
No, it's good. No, Alex he's been really cool. Here, my point was that most people love news that confirms their belief. I agree. I mean, I
agree with that.
We're looking for confirmation. I am looking for confirmation. I am. And, when I don't find confirmation or I have been proved wrong, which is many times, and believe you me, I've followed down many paths that weren't correct, but I always go just like looking, you know what I mean? And and then I look for what pans out in the world, and from my estimation, just going from me, I feel like it's ramping up. I feel like I've been fortunate and blessed to know what I know for the future, for whoever can benefit from hearing this or being able to protect the people I love in the end, kind of, if they are unaware, even the people I don't know, that at a time, there will be a time coming when so many will be seeking some form of answers, and hopefully you'll think back to this time because the internet will be completely turned off for your ass, right? And and you think, wow, I remember. And you could, and you could start from there, even though it's, now, I don't know. How far do you want to go with it? What is the ultimate plan for humanity? Their plan is it going to be more of a Hunger Games society, Alex? Or will it be a Hunger Game type scenario? Or will it be like a real dystopian 1984 George Orwell kind of nightmare? Or will it be a Brave New World? And what's his acid head? He took a lot of acid. Huxley. Will it be his vision of the future? What will it be? Will God restore this world back the way it was meant to run, peacefully and beautifully, and before all the bad blood. Before, we, decided that, sin was going to be a better way than God's way, and we were going to be righteous and kumbaya, bro. That's my vision of the future. If you want to join, then righteous, come as you are. I know I'm just a common dude. Come on, dude. I was like coming from
So am I, man. I mean,
dude,
we all are.
I'm
We're not
basically
the ones hiding it from you. We're the ones telling you about it.
yeah. I'm just a Yankee in a little borough of Walls End, little tiny, New South Wales, Newcastle. It's very different here from America. Are you guys all in the States? Because it feels good to talk to people in the States because, it will be like, okay, here's, man, I wish I could pronounce your name right. I hope it's Syzygy.
Yeah, that's
it would be like Lord of the Rings, and we'll all bring our science books to Mordor and burn them. All hail the concave world. Holy shit. That would be. We got to bring them to Mordor. I thought we were going to war with Mordor.
All hail the concave world. That's funny. He said all hail. Ha ha ha.
All hail. I like these guys, man. Yeah. Holy shit. Do you know? So we've got Alex. He's in Minnesota, eh? He's
Minnesota,
a North
okay,
Stars.
cool.
He's a North Stars fan,
Paul's
eh?
in Ireland. That's cool.
Yeah, so he's a Viking fan.
No, there's
Twin.
not the North Stars anymore. It's the Wild.
I know. That stings. That stings. You see, not to get off topic, but did you see Vegas is
not off topic. We were talking about ice.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking about ice. Let's get down to ice. So, speaking of ice.
See the ice here. This is right on.
Yeah. So opening night is this Wednesday, at least here in Australia, and the Vegas Golden Knights at home opening up against the Seattle Kraken.
Oh, they're hosting the new team. Nice.
Yeah. The new team against the new team. Very exciting time. Okay, so we've got Florida in the chat. We've got Alex. He is from Minnesota and he doesn't like sports. I don't know anymore, or doesn't like it, but that's all right. I shouldn't like it as much as I do.
I used to care way more about it than I actually do now, but because I was a hockey player, I'm more fond of hockey, but I really don't. Like I don't care who wins anymore, but I still like watch it because I actually like the game. You know what I mean? But I used to have a vested interest in which team won, and I no longer have that. Because there's way more important shit going on right now. You know.
So Syzygy is in Florida. Oh, and speaking of Syzygy, why don't you go visit the Croatian Museum? Because down your way, I don't know what's the name of it. It's where Cyrus Teed's museum is.
I forget the name of the town where that is, but yeah, you're right.
It's the Croatian.
There's like a historic site.
Yeah, it's called the Croatian Compound, and it's I want to say Estero Beach. Is that correct?
You know, I'm wondering if David Koresh was a concave earther now. It makes total sense, doesn't it?
Oh, I know, right? In that trip,
right?
Waco, man. There's some shocking.
Yeah, Waco, yeah.
Man. Don't that man the government come after you? Man, you better, man.
I mean, I saw some videos that the general public never saw, like way back in the day, and what they did to those people in that compound was awful. They burned everybody in there alive. All those innocent women and children, they just smoked them out. They just burned them out. Horrible. It was horrible.
Wow. Yeah.
All because they tried to enter the place and got their ass kicked by the men with guns inside.
So scary. So scary.
It was. I mean, they used tanks. They used a tank to ram the side of that compound, put a big hole in it.
Yeah, it was what they did to those people is,
Yeah, it was horrible.
Yeah, like you have the right to believe what you want to believe. That's the American way. Nothing's forced upon you. And I know a lot of these, organizations or whatever get really corrupted from the inside, but I think there are just
so much. You don't even have to be a concave earther to know that. Like that's something that general public is coming to awareness. Like regardless of the shape of the damn earth, like there's obviously some shitty people that have a lot of money and power,
Yeah.
And I say shitty with 2 T's, not a there's some bad people that
yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree.
They don't stay in power and control by telling you the truth about all kinds of shit. They stay in power and control because they hold all the knowledge. These aren't dumb people, they're just evil people. But there's good people that are learning some of the same knowledge as the evil people, and that's their problem.
So cool channel name says belief is the act of habit of placing trust in another. And then she says you may believe anything, but it doesn't make it true. And that is a fact, if I've ever heard a fact stated.
Yep.
So that
evidence, exactly.
That
knowledge doesn't require either of those two. Knowledge
that
belief of faith.
And I believe that I am a testament to that. Okay. Because my whole life has been nothing but ever changing to this. No, that didn't work. I'm going to this. No, that. And I'm going to look at this. And I never, ever stopped searching because I knew that there was something more that I was missing. Yeah. For some crazy reason. I don't know why I'm like that, but I've always been like that. That's the one thing that's been instilled in me is just a real, ever since I was a kid, I didn't want to listen to what teachers were friggin' telling me. I wanted to watch ants. I wanted to look at the stars. I wanted to see I was more interested in stuff like that. And they basically beat stuff into me, So I turned to distrust them and kind of go within and kind of always question authority. And then by the time I was, out of 5th grade, I was a straight hoodlum, Yeah, I was just a bad kid, but always, just very questioning. I needed to know. And so that's why I found it, just because I was persistent to what I know. And it was what I'm saying, it was a kind of a learning experience. I went from, like I said, I was a heliocentric, science guy, kind of worshiped that. And then, I always been curious to look into weird subjects, different things. And then, of course, when I was young, I grew up and I got dragged to church, but never thought much of it. I did get baptized when I was like 12 in Texas. And I kind of had a Holy Ghost moment, right? Like summer. But then, I went back to Vegas and it was all downhill. It was on after that. And then, you got to roll with the punches, and then you got to drop things that don't work anymore for you and keep on looking. I mean, I'm not saying if you did understand the earth was concave, would it it's just another stepping stone. It really is. Just a grounding understanding of how this crazy world makes sense. I know it sounds weird, but I think the world is absolutely batshit nuts.
Hey Sean, can we mute the video and play it so they can see the mega cryo meteors while you're talking?
Yeah, definitely. I gotta mute my video. All right, hang on a second.
Yeah, mute the YouTube video, but play it.
I don't know if I just mute this mic. I
We're
think
probably
it
all
mutes.
getting tired of looking at this lady with her bag on.
Yeah, she's looking at that mega cryo meteor. All right, let me just do it this way. Audio.
But it wasn't my time. This is what it looks like.
You can keep talking if you mute her,
It almost looks like quartz. I don't know if you've ever seen quartz.
And it does.
It's good. Maybe it's from my freezer though. I don't know. This is what we have.
Is there a smell to it?
I was just going to say that. There's kind of a fish smell, but we have fish in the freezer, so I don't think it's coming from this. But there is a little fish smell to it, which is weird. You can smell it a bit more. But anyway, this is what we found. And we believe that it came through in one piece through the roof, or maybe not. I'm not sure. And then it was fast enough and strong enough to go right through the roof, the siding, the ceiling. There's a tremendous amount of power to it.
That's crazy. But I think there's aquatic life on the other side of the firmament. I think NASA, when they go through the firmament, they go up into water.
Chunk of ice falls from the sky and into a Muxie home. Everyone is looking for ways to beat the heat, but giant ice cubes falling from the sky probably isn't your first choice to stay cool. One family came home to a bizarre surprise in their house. Homie owner Dwayne Morrison was in shock to come home and find a giant chunk of ice in his closet. I mean, it was just covered with insulation from the hole, and I was just in disbelief. I mean, you randomly hear about things like this, but to actually have it happen is another story. Morrison and his wife were at a baseball game when their daughter called, saying ice was raining from the sky. I see my wife on the phone and I asked her what was going on, and she said it's a good story. So we asked for pictures and our daughter sent us pictures immediately, and you could see blue sky standing in our walk-in closet. There was blue sky up above and it was just unbelievable, Morrison said. The chunk of ice was about 1 foot by 1 foot when it landed in an upstairs closet. Muxie police and the Yakima airport are looking into where it could have come from. They believe a plane could have dropped the ice chunk while flying overhead, but Morrison told us he's just glad no one was hurt. I'm obviously glad that no one was injured, because I think about the park that's like a half a mile away and it could have hit someone during a pickup soccer game or something and really hurt someone. The ice chunk managed to do quite a bit of damage, but luckily for the Morrisons they have falling object insurance, which certainly came in handy. The mystery still remains though, where did the falling ice come from? For now they'll just have to speculate.
Subscribe to us on YouTube, Facebook and Twitter. You can visit us on www.therealthingmeme.webs.com.
Agos Dei customers were perusing the used vehicles.
And then
thought we saw what looked like a bird flying towards our car.
But it was no bird.
I was flabbergasted, a little shocked.
It turned out to be a giant football-sized chunk of ice, and it fell straight through the windshield of a brand new Kia Soul on McCafferty's car lot near Mechanicsburg.
What?
The good news?
Nobody got hurt except for maybe a little bit of shock.
The bad news?
The steering column's shot. I'm surprised the airbags haven't come out. The front windshield is just destroyed.
But it could have been a lot worse.
Sorry, I just want to. I gotta turn up my audio there. Yeah, I just wanted to welcome whoever is new watching. You're welcome to join. We are talking about the mega cryo meteors at this very moment. Oh, and here it is. This is on the screen there, Josh.
Yeah, in China.
Yeah. Well, I wonder how many land over there that never get reported, right? God knows.
No, there's probably lots in Africa, lots in Siberia. There's probably tons of lots that landed right in the water in the ocean. You have the 71% water topographic, right? The surface,
right?
Anyway, the surface is 70. So most mega cryometeors fall right in the water. Nobody ever knows. Right off the bat, and then of all the dry land, think about all those deserts and forests and snow and ice regions, like in northern Canada and Alaska, like all those desolate places that nobody lives in the woods where there's mega cryometeors falling. No one lives in Antarctica or like in Siberia or northern Canada, or no one lives in those desert areas where there's absolutely nothing. There's so many places that mega cryometeors are probably falling that nobody ever knows about.
Correct. I mean,
even in populated areas, there's probably a lot of them falling in the south, right? In the farm, in a cornfield or whatever. There's so much, even where people do live, the chances of a mega cryometeor hitting a house is so slim, but it probably happens.
Yeah, so these just one of the many things that are very interesting and that science has not explained. And another one of those interesting proofs is the Seymour. Do you know more about that Seymour footage? It's a Canadian. They are looking for the
orbital radar.
Yeah, they're looking for these origins of these sporadic meteors, right? The origin of them, right? And so they're looking at this certain part of the sky, right? And they see this octahedral shape. Clearly, what is it, near Orion? Is that correct? I'm not sure exactly what part of the sky that image is taken from, but you can clearly see this octahedral shape on this. Is it radar imagery or? It's very interesting.
Yeah. I think it's a geostationary satellite imagery.
Yeah, and what LSC did, he looped it all together, so and followed the dates, and you can actually see this thing completely turning. It's amazing. Another amazing anomaly that science is
baffled.
Yeah. I don't know what it is, what it could be. It's the Borg. It's the Borg. They're coming to assimilate us. All right, you want me to play more of this there, Joshy? Let me turn my...
I mean, we did it to satisfy someone.
Yeah,
in
I'm
the
sure they
comments,
know
right?
where it's at. So,
Yep.
oh my goodness, man, we are growing. So I would just like to welcome everybody, anyone who's new, who's watching. We are here talking about the shape of the earth. We are talking about New World Order. We're talking about God. We're talking about I don't know, the Antichrist. We're talking about whatever you want to talk about. And you're welcome to join. You're welcome to... Here, in fact, I'm going to go back to that screen because Josh is still out. So, yeah, let me see. I'm pretty sure I need to send my Atari into them to restore the Atari. Pretty sure I wiped out the OS with Linux because I'm not tech savvy. Well, Alex, you are not the only one who is not tech savvy. I feel like I'm a dinosaur. And shoot, I didn't even realize what... Paul, you're from Iceland, bro? Did you know that? Do you know Paul Curran, Josh?
I think I read in the chat he's from Ireland.
Oh, did he say Ireland or did he say Iceland? Okay.
I'll have to check again, but I thought I read Ireland, but I could be wrong.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I
What's
see
the guy
Ireland.
here?
Alex, Minnesota. Paul, Ireland. Syzygy, Florida.
Huh. So what does this mean right here, Josh?
Paul mentioned he mentioned the UAV mapping, the visual SFM. If you were to scroll way up, but he had mentioned, Paul was mentioning another concave Earth evidence. Is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
He had mentioned one in the chat way up. If you were to
See,
scroll
yeah. Iceland. Or no, did you say Ireland? Ireland, brah. Right on. Virgin. All right, that's a lot different. Yeah. Ireland and Iceland. Yeah, man. Paul. So, do you like soccer? Do you like boxing? Because I know, like, are you going to watch the Tyson Fury fight? I mean, we can have a little healthy distraction. We've got, a big battle coming up, which is Deontay Wilder, the Bronze Bomber, versus Tyson Fury, UK's finest. And it is a very interesting fight. It's kind of interesting, actually, just with what's going on in the world and culturally. It seems to be, because I watch a lot of boxing talk a little bit, like back and forth, and it seems to be, of course, like everything, they want to make it about race these days, and this one cheated this one, or this one, like it's a big, and it's not. I don't like the way the talk goes. And I think that's another big psychological operation on us all, that all of a sudden we're now so racist. Like, I come from integration. I come from the time of integration. I got black friends I grew up with, and our schools were integrated, and come together, all good. I was never down with any of that division bullshit or any of that shit. But now all of a sudden, it's the most racist country in the world, and it's not the truth. American people aren't like that. But if you push people so far, like that's what's amazing about America. You know what? You're free to not like me. You're free to not like me. You can even go on YouTube and just besmirch everything about me, like if you want, try to or whatever. And it's all right. You have the right to do that. You have the right to do what you want. And that's what's beautiful about it. Once we lose that, man, it's going to be game over. Anyone agree there?
I do. Yeah.
Yeah.
If it happens.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm going to do. Like, so I'm kind of in a scenario here where I'm in Australia and I am an Australian citizen, but I am also a United States citizen. And the United States does not really recognize dual citizenship. So they basically say, you're one of us. And so at least I kind of personally have, me and my mother, she's still an American citizen,
Why doesn't the United States recognize your dual citizenship?
Because they don't recognize that shit.
They don't recognize the Australian citizenship?
No, they don't
Or the
recognize
American?
that. They don't recognize that. Because he looked at my Australian passport and he's like, "You're from Nevada?"
Where were you born?
Nevada. He goes, "You're from
Okay,
Nevada?" I go, "Yeah, I'm from Nevada." And he goes, "Dude," he goes, "where's your American passport?" I go, "Bro, I've been living in Australia for like 7 years now." And
you
he's
didn't
like,
have a passport before then, right?
"No, mine ran out. Like my American,
Right.
ran out while I was, I already got my
So you
citizenship."
didn't have one, and then you
Yeah. So like I traveled back and forth before and they never said anything, but this one customs officer, he's like, "Hang on a minute. You don't sound like I could hear him like listen to my voice." So you're from Nevada? I go, "Yeah." I don't, and he's like, he looks at me and he goes, he looks at me and he goes, "You know what?" He goes, I go, "I'm a dual citizen." And he goes, "We don't recognize that shit." He goes, "Go get another American passport." He goes, "And lucky I don't drag you back there in secondary for a couple hours." And, yeah. And so I still have that dusty document to kind of lean my freedoms on, because what's happening here in Australia is just preposterous. We're 90% vaccinated and the pressure is on to get the rest of the 10% in. So I've got to hold my ground, and I've got to be able to make a stand to get back to America, to be able to visit my.
Endure to the end shall be saved.
Yeah. Yeah, and man, see, and this is a real bummer, right? To impinge upon a person's movement is
to take away their right to travel. Yeah,
it's hardcore, right?
That's basically that's the same thing as imprisonment, is it not?
Yeah, I've seen lots of movies like that, right?
If you don't have the right to travel, then you're in prison, essentially.
Yeah.
There's no difference. If you can't go, if you can't leave the location where you're at, then that's called,
yeah.
Whether there's an actual fence and or a door and a lock, or whether it's just rules that you follow, whatever. Whether it's a prison for your mind. that causes your body to do the action. You know, there's many different types of prison, and you know, when our minds are enslaved, we become prisoners.
Yeah, you can
Because
say
the
that
people
again.
with all the knowledge become the wardens, and they hold the lock and key.
Okay, Paul says, right, the VC dude. What's that mean? I'm dense.
I don't know.
If no borders, no country, be fair and acknowledge the American takes in more immigrants than any other nation. Oh, goodness. Do I agree on that, mate? I mean, come on. I mean, we've got to have regulated. Look, let's get down to this whole thing. Regulated, you know, it's got to be. Look, my dad's from Canada. My mom is from Australia, right? My dad had to go be in the army. He, you know, did his deal to get in and get his citizenship. You know, my mom too, you know, that it was just like not just jump in, just come on. No, it was the, you know, the idea of a better life and to, you know, to pay into the society, not to just jump in. And so I would be really pissed off if I was waiting in line, you know, and I'm trying to get a legal path to citizenship, exactly, and bam, and there people are just running across. It's not good, and we've got to get that under check. Really,
I know the only reason you can't get here is because it's water. If you were in a different country that was just connected to the United States, you could just walk over right now. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. What do you want me?
That person they're masquerading as Joe Biden, he doesn't give a shit. He's letting everybody just walk the border now. The Mexican border? Oh my goodness.
I know it's shocking. Okay, let me see.
But none of them have to be vaccinated. That's weird, right? You know,
yeah.
We have crazy shit going on in America right now. It's like literally like even his own Democratic Party's like, wow, this guy's gotta go. He's dumb as shit.
Yeah, it's really,
all the
it's
Democrats are eating from. I'm not even a Republican. I know that it's a big false dichotomy anyways. I'm just saying, like, even his own party like doesn't support him now because he's a fool.
Yeah, the country is completely shifting.
Regardless of what party he happens to be, Republican or Democrat. I'm just saying it's very unusual that your own whatever party is in the presidency, Republican or Democrat, it's very unusual that your own party will talk shit about you. You know what I mean? Because they're supposed to have a common enemy, the Republicans. I mean, they don't even, you know, they don't. Joe even lost that. Like even the Democrats are calling him out. You know, that's bad.
Yeah.
That's when you know it's bad.
Yeah, and
when
you know what's
a whole stadium full of people saying "fuck you." I mean, let's go.
Yeah, exactly. That's amazing. I mean, like, so it's going to be interesting what the play is going to be from them thus far.
They really don't have much of. I mean,
because it's going to be
real play they make isn't going to be on the news and in the public spotlight anyway. Any real play they make is going to be behind the scenes, so the general public will never know what the Democrats are going to do. They're not going to let they're not going to let any of us know. But I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah. So, Paul, what's happening over there in Ireland? Is it? How about you guys in the chat? What's going on in your neck of the woods? Have you noticed shortages in food? As you notice your shops not, you know, being as stocked as usual? Have you noticed prices
I want to know. I want to
increasing.
know if there's cargo ships like up and down the west coast and the east coast of the United States. We have cargo ships that are just sitting there, hundreds and hundreds of cargo ships full of huge containers. We don't know what's in there. We don't know if it's enemy soldiers or trafficked little children that are going to get whatever. You know what I mean? And so I want to know if there's other places, like is that true in Ireland too? Like, is all your cargo ships like at a standstill? Like, are they delivering their stuff? Because here in America, they're not. Like, all the ports are, I don't know,
stacked. Okay,
they're
so
stagnant.
here in where I'm at in Newcastle, which is the biggest coal port in the world, so basically we always have ships stacked out, but they're coal ships, and it's the food is, the shelves are getting bare, a lot of items. Of course, everything is crazy expensive. Everything's went through the roof. Gas, yeah, we've been in lockdown, so it's all bad. But we're coming out. This is the end of it for unvaccinated people, and so they are completely turning anybody who does not take the poke or the jab. They are
They're
going
not even
to be
treating them as humans. Here in America, some hospitals won't even treat you if you don't have the vaccine.
No.
Like, even if you needed like an organ transplant surgery, like, nope, canceled. You don't have the vaccine. Like, what?
And I've actually got a phobia, like a internal phobia, especially. So you can't, like, I think a psychologist would diagnose me from someone who researches all these things, and then all of a sudden I'm going to go jab a experimental vaccine in my or a poke in my arm without question. Like, you got to be, no. Trust the science, not that science.
Yeah,
I'm not going to trust.
I actually do trust the real science.
That
real science is.
And I'm not coming from, some pious place, because God knows I have ingested every drug known to man. God knows, I mean, like, literally, I have no fear of any kind of substance as long as I am, willing accomplice to this experiment. And I'm not condoning this behavior whatsoever, but I have a problem when someone is trying to sell me something like they have tried to sell me this experimental V, and it has been 247 here. Like, you would not believe the propaganda, that machine that Australia operates. It is the prime minister's on for an hour a day. It is 240. You can't get away from it. And when someone's trying to give me something, like, really give me something, I don't really might not want it. No, you sure you don't? Yeah, I'm sure. I do not want it. Get it?
Worth it. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right, Paul. Drugs are fun, though. Exactly. Like, come on. Like, at least get with the Brave New World concept and come up with Soma to at least put me back into a coma state where I could bear living in this oppressive society. Like, at least that would be all right. But this, whatever this is, I don't know what this is. I don't like it. I just, it doesn't settle with me. I never have actually taken flu things. And so I'm digging, and I have a really good reason to get it, because I want to see my kids, but I don't ever like people to tell me you must, especially in this day and age with, such great arguments we had placed from the women's lib movement, right? my body, my right.
Yeah, how come? Yeah, exactly. Where's my body, my choice now?
Where
And
is that?
It's a good thing that you held out too, because some of the science is starting to show that these vaccines will alter your DNA. So,
Bro.
in America, that means you may have just given your rights away because you're now a piece of property and you don't have rights. You don't have constitutional rights anymore.
Yeah, and we are not at all trying to push anybody who's listening in either way, but this is strictly my opinion on this issue. And yeah, so if you've had the jab, then cool, I'm not tripping, all good. Yeah, and I'm not going to say that, God, pray that you don't have any adverse side effects whatsoever and you can just carry on. But yeah, I just know if I kneel to this, what's next? Because I know how these people work. When they get power, they don't ever relinquish. You never go back to square one. It's always, now we're at 2. We can only go to 3 and 4 from here. Once we get to 3, we don't go back to 2.
You're never going to get the guns back now.
No, and that's the big problem is pesky little America. Oh, pesky little country. God, you Yanks. And I'm coming from an Australian, you Yanks are always so loud and, you're brash and you fucking know it all. Like literally.
You were born here too,
No, I know that, but I'm just like coming from an Australian perspective because I really have had to curb my American style since I've been living in Australia, because they have this thing called tall poppy syndrome, and here in Australia, so it's this thing, right, where you're very quiet, right? You don't want to stick out, because if you stick out, man, they'll chop your head off. It's just like that. So they're very reserved and they're very quiet, and I'm very outspoken, and sometimes I've actually curbed it a bit. I can be very American, and an American voice in this little quiet country, it carries very far inside the concave earth, Josh. Let me tell you, it just, nothing to wake it up by. And so so I'm a little piece of 89107 zip code here in Australia.
The funniest part about having a voice that carries is that it doesn't weigh very much.
No, yeah, but it's a real pain in the ass when I'm up screaming at the Dolphin game and it's 3 a.m. in the morning.
Oh, but it's happening. You're watching a live game at 3 a.m. That's funny.
3 a.m. Yeah. Now I get to sleep in. Oh man, someone is talking about crypto. I've been exploring in the crypto market. Alex, what crypto do you like? Yeah, I've been riding this one. It's called Axis Infinity. It's been on a hell of a rise. It took a dump, but I'm still hanging on. Yeah, I like a couple of them. I'm bullish on Axe Infinity as a long term, or not so much Axe as a long term, but the Soul token. That is, if we don't, come to destruction. Yeah, I just buy it and hold it. But yeah, and this is not financial advice, because it's another distraction, man. Anyway, but there's money to be made.
You're going to gamble just like the stock market.
Hey, it is, and that's what I come to realize, like I said, I grew up in Vegas, so I come from a gambling background. My father worked in the casino business. Yeah, and so and it was like, and gambling was looked down upon. when Vegas was a very small place, gambling wasn't cool, because all the mobsters ran it. My uncle and my father worked for them, and it was just a small, good, best kept secret. And then like sports books, and it just took off. And now it's like, actually, we have NFL teams that are there, because before Vegas could never get a pro team because of the gambling. So it's just a gamble. Everything's a gamble. And then you look, well, what about this? It's stock markets. This is what rich people do, hedge funds. And you can't tell me it's not a crapshoot. What's not a crapshoot is you're going to probably see a huge downturn in the property in America in certain cities. I'm just going from, I think Vegas is going to be hit hard again. I think there will be mass evictions. I think it'll be back to like 2008 when you were buying houses off the courtroom steps. I believe that's, if you got anything left, that's going to crash.
Do you think property value will depreciate? Is that what you're saying?
Completely. If you own property, my advice, and I know going through the roof, my advice would be to sell that property and rent right now. And I don't know what you'd buy, but I think silver is an amazing investment if you can get it.
Why not just own the property and why not just rent out the property?
Well, when it crashes and all these people default on their loans, is because this eviction moratorium is running out. Right, Josh? So all these people have been basically what they did in 2008. There's all these people refusing to pay rent, and they just squat in houses, and they can't really even evict them, and then it's just a big, man, they're buying them left and right. That's how I got my first house. I had a friend who bought it off the courthouse steps. He signed it over to me. I went to the bank. They loaned me 90% on it. Property will not crash. Well, it definitely crashed, bro. I'm telling you. I bought my first house. It was like about 300,000, and then it dumped. And a friend of mine bought it off the courthouse steps for $95,000. Yep. Signed it over to me, and I went to the bank, and I got a loan for $120,000. Gave him a little cash back, and had built-in equity pretty much. And then it just went through the roof again. But yeah, if I was you, depending on where it's at, I think it's going to be worse in certain places. I think California will be hit hard. I think the jobs are going to be going. We're saying we're going to come back, but they're going to try to buckle down on restrictions. And then plus, people are having trouble getting chicken. People are having trouble getting supplies to run a business. People have been shut down here for 2 years. Okay. Now we're going to come back, and now our job is to police the people who do come in my business, and more restrictions. So how do these businesses that have been shut down for 2 years, how do they recuperate this? They're done.
Yeah, they don't have any employees left,
Yeah, and all these companies, I can see these banks here. See, they're scaling back because my mother's generation is the last generation that is not technologically, good at all.
Raised. Yeah. Most people were,
Yeah. Once
there's
they go,
there's a lot of people now that were raised with technology, like you and I were not.
Yeah. So they closed this bank down here, and I told my friends, I said, "You watch." Someday we'll go down to that store and there'll be no food on the shelves. And someday these banks are going to shut. Well, it didn't really shut, but the branch down there shut. You know what I mean? Like it's a sign. They're scaling back. You know, work from home. Everyone work from home. Yeah, it isn't designed to crash. What goes up must come down, right? Or just
Yeah, I
print
disagree.
money.
Every wave crashes, and then you have. I think this. I see the stock. I know nothing about the stock market, but what I see is that you have all kinds of waves crashing all the time, and the people who can surf are the ones who make the money, the ones who
Yeah.
stay at the top. You know,
And see, this information that I'm getting
currency. You know,
is this information I'm getting is not from, conspiracy guys. These are financial guys that I listen to, right? And this one cat, man, I got to shout him out. As allegedly me is his name, right? And he's just, like an investor, Southern California guy. It kind of shows what's happening, and he talks about the economy, and he talks about this, like, he's really knowledgeable. And he's talking about the container ships, and just he's not predicting, that's where I kind of got that you should sell your house. Like he said he knows some people in Santa Barbara who just sold their house and they're renting. And he said in 6 months, they're going to seem like the smartest people on the planet.
because they sold out while their shit was still worth something.
Yeah, like right now, my house is crazy higher than it's ever been. Right here, like
so you should sell it now, in theory, right?
I should sell it now, in theory. Like this is like, if I was like somebody who was in finance or whatever, which of course it's my money.
It would be a good move because that it's going to be worth less later, right?
Like, so if I sold up and it friggin' crashes in America, then I could just take my money to America and, buy, especially when the American dollar crashes. God forbid. But I don't want to go back to some nightmare of an America.
When the dollar crashes, you're not going to want to live over here after that.
No.
Because there's a bunch of guns over here, and
Well, that's what I'm talking about. That's
not like you're going to take me on the plane with you.
That's the interesting thing that I'm interested about crypto is I'm interested about, because I'm really pissed off about these banks, and I think they are.
I think it all has to be. I don't know. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm but I think it's the realist in me that I just recognize the potential for, for it all to be a setup,
Oh yeah, as in any investment. That's why if you were gonna, it is a very, that's why this stuff ping pongs up and down so fast. But it is very like
no honor amongst thieves, right?
No, and I think this day and age, you got to keep up very quick, and if you don't, you can get left behind. And that's why I'm just amazed that I'm able to run this stream right now. It's, it's good. Can we talk
behind?
Can we talk? So Alex said, "Can we talk vax here?" Al, you want to come on and talk? Oh yeah, I'm all about talking about that whatever it is, that experimental thing that I do not want. Yeah, you can talk that. I mean, why not? I mean, we are literally talking about the Earth being concave. So yeah, we can talk about that. And besides, I'm just a peon. No one's listening. They're not listening. The powers that be are not paying any attention to me.
You don't think so?
Well, you know what? Before it wasn't too many, but now I start to see a few eyes, which is Yeah, I'm liking it. Project Veritas is another InfoWars. I agree. And I'm not going to totally hate on Alex Jones at all, because Alex Jones is right about a lot of stuff. So, and I think he also is right about something that he had to backtrack on. And I'll say no more about that, but you can add 2 and 2 together, and I will say that Alex Jones was 100% right about what they threw him off the internet for. Whatever that was. I can't remember. Yeah. So, see, and you take what you will. Take what you will. Yeah, that's those Project Veritas, and they're kind of out after that hippy dippy crowd. Yeah. I want to talk about. Yeah. I don't know. There's been a bunch of those organizations. Whistleblowers. Who do you?
Nothing ultimately ever happens because.
Did you get into Alex Jones? Did you?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was in Alex Jones' head. Like, what was the one Alex Jones thing you said? Holy shit!
I wouldn't call myself a fan, but I've
no, I
listened to a lot of what he has to say, and
So, what did you think about the whole Bohemian Grove?
I don't know. I mean, you just like climb the fence or whatever. I don't know. Kind of grainy footage. I don't.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's kind of.
I don't even think I saw the whole piece of footage anyway. So.
Oh, it's definitely real.
I really don't have too many thoughts on it. I really can't speak much about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting.
But I did see that clip where they got this owl on fire in the woods.
Yeah, they're dancing.
Yeah, it was weird.
They're dancing in the. No, they're have their ritual going. Yeah.
More weird stuff like CERN and several other gatherings.
What about George Norrie? What about
who?
Art Bell? Art Bell, Coast to Coast Radio. Did you ever listen to that?
Negative.
Well, Art Bell, he had an AM show, and he lived in Pahrump, Nevada, just right outside of Vegas, and of course there's a lot of testing going on there with the Area 51, and it's called Mercury. That's where they tested a lot of the bombs and stuff out there. A lot of strange happenings out there, and he had a strange, like a paranormal radio show. But later on, this guy named George Norrie took over for him. And if you remember, when Lord Stephen Christ goes to meet George Norrie, and he throws him a piece of Libyan desert glass while he's on stage. And he's like, during the Q&A, and Steve's like, this is a piece of the glass sky. And George Norrie's like what? And everyone like turns on Steven and goes,
Steve threw it to George?
Yeah. He it was a Q&A, and he was like, everyone was asking nice questions, and Steve jumped up and he said, do you know this is, the glass sky, he covers conspiracies like crazy, like anything UFOs, paranormal, right?
Right.
Steve hits him with that, and he's like, no, I've never heard of it, you know. And so Steve's starting to talk about, you know, the origin of, you know, the Libyan desert glass. And then the crowd like cuts Steve off and shuts him up. It's pretty interesting footage. Very interesting footage.
Probably. I'll do it.
Yeah. Paul saw that, right? Stevens had some very interesting footage. You ever see the one where they friggin' hauled him off to jail the first time? That wasn't good.
Yeah, he was in yellow that time, right?
Yeah, like he's in a different colored jumpsuit. I think he's like
2009 when he threatened Obama. Yeah.
Yeah, he's like shackled to a bunch of black guys, I think, and he's in a different jumpsuit, and he's yelling something about the Jesuits or they're control the world. The Jews. No, he says the Jews control the world, or something like that. Right? Yelled it out to the camera, and I was like, "Holy shit, man! This guy's rad." He almost looked like a, I don't know. Yeah, that's like when he had his
He looked
hair
like
was all
Nicolas
long.
Cage in that movie Con Air, you know?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it reminded me of, you know, like a Hannibal Lecter, like kind of shit. Like it was,
yeah, like
it
a
was,
fugitive or something. Yeah,
it was
Renegade.
full on. It was like a movie, dude.
I know. It's fucking awesome.
We got to do a movie. Come
I'm
on.
living it too, man.
Can we do a documentary?
I did time for this bullshit already several times.
I mean, I'd like to put together a documentary just to it could help Steve's plight a bit. You know, just to, you know, and like I want to put together like a documentary.
A documentary.
I do, because I really do think it's the most interesting story. Like Joshua, I mean, how it ties in, but it's very like interesting. It is.
It is very fascinating.
You know, maybe just some kind of a fair, you know, because it's either been like his, you know, stuff that he puts out, or you know, somebody really kind of like hating on him for a lot of his you know, maybe his principles or his personalities rather than what he's trying to do. So
well, the haters exist for a reason. Number one, there's always gonna be people that are looking for someone to hate, that are looking to boost their own ego. So anytime you go against the grain, regardless of the topic, but you'll make yourself an easy target for those people that need to prey on others because they're insecure. So, you know, blah 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 blah. So you just got to understand that those people, you know, there's benefit to gain from those people because you can still use those people to grow from that. You know what I mean? You can use them as fuel for your fire.
Yeah. Well, I look at it like I would want to do it like just a video, like you know, just from not a hater perspective, but just like following the whole scenario and like more of from an observer's standpoint, you know, not like trying to advocate for or not trying to disparage, just more of interest.
Just a third party perspective. Yeah.
Yes. Very interesting. Because, okay, there's a person that I really love, and it's one of the chats that I do listen to because I think he is amazing. And I think his name's Greg Carlwood, the Higher Side Chats, right? And so when we were in our group, I remember that dude reached out to Steven and wanted to have him on the show. And Steven was at that point where so many people would like, he would just, just told them, fuck off. I don't want, and
he was getting trolled so much, he just freaking told everybody to pounce in. Gotcha.
Yeah. And so what's his name said, like,
yeah, that didn't happen to me at all either.
Whatever, dude. And I think if the one guy that could have done him justice would have been that dude. He's just like a cool
he did a really good job with Eric Dubay. I listened to his, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right. I really like, he's pleasurable to listen to. Like he's got that whole Southern California hippie cool, like
he's
not like
great. You're right. He's a great host.
Yeah, man. I'm like really am amazed that some people are very smithy with with just this whole technology bit, being comfortable talking on camera, especially about very sensitive matters, can be confronting. Yeah, so not much happening in the chat. Yeah, and I still listen to Greg Carlwood, the Higher Side Chat, and he keeps on coming back to YouTube. Yeah, people are trying to break away.
So I think Paul said that I think that Steven's channel has one blocked. So we should point out that it's actually Travis Brad that's running that one Steven Place channel.
Oh yeah, Travis.
So
I did
read. If you're blocked on LSU's channel, just know that it's probably Travis's decision, not Steven.
Yes. So I did not want to be a total dickhead and steal Steven's shit and show it on my channel if I did not have some form of permission. So being the person I am, I reached out and I talked to Travis for the first time in years. Been years. I said, "Hey mate, I'm thinking about doing some videos and I was wondering if you have a problem if I use some of Steven's work. All the best," and just told him. And he said, "Yeah, Sean, no worries." And I was like, right on. That's really cool. And so there was a bit of bridge of reconciliation there. I think it got really, really weird in the group there where you had to
See, I was never in any of those groups.
No.
He has me blocked anyway. I don't know why. I've never even had a conversation with Travis. Not once. I've had many conversations with Nayland, but never with Travis. And so I don't know what his problem is, but
and I know I get it.
Creepy guy because he doesn't even like speak on camera, but you're like, why is this dude that's afraid to show his face on camera, like Travis, uploading all these? It just doesn't make sense. Like, why would Steve give him this?
Yeah, some people it's
weird,
hard for them.
You know?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah,
didn't Steve have somebody better to carry on his fucking torch than Nathan and
Travis? I think Travis is definitely really loyal to him. That's for sure. But I think it was pretty much oh man, I could see it happening, going down in flames. I was really like hard to watch. When you can see like somebody about to do something, you go, dude, don't do that, man. You do that, they're going to come for you, you start doing that. And then, man, to watch that happen to him, it was not cool.
Well, the difference between what he did was, he threatened to kill a specific person. That's against the law. So
yeah,
that was his mistake. I didn't do that. Even though we both went to jail, I didn't threaten a person.
What'd you go to jail for?
Threatening to kill police.
Oh, yeah.
But I didn't threaten a specific officer or a specific group of officers or a specific police department or a specific town or anything. It was just a vague threat towards police officers. And technically, that's against the law because there's no victim. There's no single person that could claim they were a victim, so they had dismissed it on probable cause, lack of probable cause. So that's why I'm not still locked up.
Well, thank God.
Because I was charged with terroristic threats, you know. Same thing Stephen was charged with.
Yeah, man. I tried to avoid them to the best of my ability. And yeah, I've turned my life around, and I haven't been in trouble in a long time. Knock on wood. I mean, I've never been convicted of a felony. God knows I've.
Well, you got to dust off the cobwebs, buddy. You don't know how much fun you've been missing.
Convicted? No, I know, man. I don't know. Like I wouldn't be speaking to you here from Australia if I'd been convicted of a felony. Which
Why
is
not?
In God love America, you know. America has an amazing legal system, you know, and thank God that in where I pulled my crimes was early in my life when Vegas was a small town, and thank God my family had very strong connections that helped me to find my way away from the Nevada State Prison. You know that place. Oh man, speaking of Nevada State Prison, so you want to hear an interesting story?
Sure.
It's kind of
prison.
It's pretty brutal. It's a very brutal story, but
I've been to prison a couple times,
so this is this started in the desert outside of Vegas. So at my high school, Western High School, there was a guy named Troy Kell, and he was about 3 years younger than me. And then there was another girl named Sandy Shaw, and she was about 2 years younger than Troy. So she was working at Circus, right? And some guy approached her and said, "Hey, I want to take pictures of you. I'll pay you to model, right?" And she's still in high school. She's like 15, right? And so she's all creeped out by him, right? And she's like, "No," but he keeps on hitting her up. And then so she goes to this guy, Troy, and she tells him, "Hey, this guy keeps on bugging me, right?" And Troy was it was like her little sister, his little sister, right? Treated her like that. He said, "This creep is trying to, hit on me," and right? And he said, "Okay, well, set him up, right? When he calls you, tell him to come pick you up and drive you out to the desert here, and we'll rob him. And we'll take his money and we'll leave him the car." And so they go out there and they're waiting for them to drive out there, and they're walking on the side of the road. And so she's got it planned where they pull up to them, put them in the back of the seat with this Cotton guy. He's like 23 years old, and drive out to the desert. And then she pretends like she's got to take a pee. So she jumps out. He jumps out. She pretends to fall down her knee.
And that's their cue, right?
He jumps out to help her. They jump out, right? And Troy pulls a gun out, right? And he proceeds to shoot Cotton Kelly like 6 times, unload the gun on him. Note they're still in high school, right? And
so they were supposed to just rob him, but they end up just blowing him away.
Yeah, there's the girl, and there's two of these.
So now they're all gonna get convicted.
They're all complicit, right? So
Yep.
they what do kids do, right? They leave the dude out there, right? They drive back. They rob him for $1,000 that he just hit a royal, won some money in the
That's
slot
all
machine.
they got.
Yeah, $1,000. I mean, that's big money back then in 1986. Bro. It's a lot of money. Not
Yeah,
really,
you're right.
but you know,
You're
like
right. It's probably like $8,000 now. You're right.
to a kid, that's
But
like,
still, that's not even. I mean, $8,000 isn't enough for me to kill somebody.
right. So they
I charge more.
they go and they get liquor and they drink, of course, right? And then they wake up the next day and she goes to school, right? Now, Troy, I think he'd already like bailed out of school by then. He was kind of tough kind of country kid. Kind of tough kind of country kid, obviously, because he's a friggin', he actually killed a dude. Even though he was like a child predator, he executed him. And so then she goes to school at
For a
Western.
cheap price too.
Right? At school, right? And she says that she's having problems thinking that this might be a dream. So her and her friend, she invites her friend to drive out to the desert, and they drive out there and then they realize it's not a dream. Well, now.
So why would she think it's a dream? Then was she drinking that night?
You know what I mean? Okay, so early in her life, the Sandy Shaw, right? She had also witnessed, she was spending the night at her girlfriend's house when she was young, right? And her girlfriend's partner came home and killed the mom and and themselves in front of her when she was younger, right? And then then this happens, right? And so she said she had a psychological snap where she thought that this was something that she actually dreamed that happened. So she takes people out there to view this body, right? And they see it, right? And then, they say, don't tell. Right? Can you imagine high school?
Why would you take someone out to see a dead body that you're responsible for?
Don't tell. Don't tell, right?
Thing. Oh, look, here's the dead body I'm responsible for. You're not going to tell them, right?
Right. Yeah. So don't tell, right? And so, of course, what happens, right?
They tell.
You get back to school, right? Somebody tells somebody. Next
Everybody
thing,
already knows.
The whole school knows, right?
Yep.
Right. They round them up. Boom. So this Troy Kell guy, I think he's like 16, 17 years old. They try him as an adult, right? They were going to give him he would have been out, right, if he would have took the plea deal. But he thought, well, I'm, 17 years old, and that means I'm going to get out when I'm 35. That is the rest of my life. You know what I mean? When you're 17 and you're looking at 35, that's like double, right?
Your whole youth is going to be, you're not going to be young anymore by the time you're like.
Right. And so he didn't take the deal, right? And they
probably ended up getting way more time. He probably gave him natural life.
They convicted him and gave him friggin', life sentences. He can't without parole. Without parole.
He should have just taken the deal.
The story does not end here. Okay, so this guy, Troy Kell, right, just a little Vegas boy, kind of little country boy, real rough stock, grew up on the northwest side of town, kind of ranch estates, and his dad's real hard ass, and just it could have been anything. Real smart, immensely smart guy, right? And they convict him, and he gets sent to this penitentiary in Nevada, which is, it's just like predators and killers. And so he, of course, he joins up, right with some of the biggest Aryan, with them. He clicked in with them right away. Yeah, right away. He clicked in because he said, I'm not gonna be a punk. I'm not gonna do laundry. I'm gonna go in like a man. I'm gonna, he made that decision because that's a hard thing to do when you're 17. And so, yeah, they took him under his wing, right? And then he got so up at there, they had to like ship him from Nevada to Utah. So they ship him to Utah, this prison in Utah, right? And he's like, doing his, Aryan thing, and he gets into it with another race in there, and he proceeds to, coerce this guy, sign this guy's name out on a medical thing. Him and a couple of his friends, like, completely just get out. He gets out of his cuffs. He's got a shank, and he just proceeds to stab this guy up on camera. No guards. All the guards are locked out of there, and he stabs this dude 200 times in the head, the neck, the eyes. You've probably seen this documentary. There's a documentary on this. It's called Gladiator Days, and I highly recommend you see this documentary because it is shocking. It is
Gladiator Days. Okay.
Yeah, and so that was from my high school, Western High. Yeah, I grew up around these people. I didn't know her personally, but my mom worked with her mother as a cocktail waitress. And she's out of prison now. And Troy is locked up, and he is on death row right now. And he's going to be executed by firing squad. That's the way he chooses to go out.
So they gave him more than just life. He could have been out for 25, and he ended up getting a death penalty.
No, he committed that murder in prison, right? And that's what that whole Gladiator Days is about, right?
Oh,
and so
okay.
then he went to trial again, and he explained to the jury that, like, look, this is not, he had tears in his eyes when he was talking to the people's parents. And he said, I'd expect if he killed me that he would do the same to my parents. Say, look, this is not a personal thing. This is how it works in here, and it is kill or be killed. This is the system, and you either, there's no like middle ground, in this, a lot of these situations that people get locked up in. So thank the good Lord, I've never had to put myself in a situation like that, because it's just, here, Paul, here it is right here. Paul's on it. There it is. I know it's not the greatest documentary subject in the world, but yeah, just a tidbit of, how things can go sideways for you.
Prison Murder HD documentary. Nice.
Yeah, it's but not so much the footage of the actual thing, but just like, he's pretty compelling individual.
Yeah,
he makes a very good case for just what like death sentence are, like what it is. And he's like, I want you guys to show it on TV for what it is, what you guys are doing. You guys are taking my life. I mean, let's be real about it. Yeah, that's why firing squad, it's one of the only places where you can choose that form is Utah. So anyway, yeah, shout out to Troy Kell. Yeah, I mean, it's a.
So did you say that he chose firing squad? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, chose. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, he thinks that it's more closer to what it is. No, don't be like shooting no weird chemicals in my body. Just I don't know.
Bullets is a natural. It's a
I guess it's kind of suiting. I guess maybe he feels like, well, that's how I took this guy's life, and and what's funny is, so he was with this other character. His name is Bill Merrick, right? this other character, Bill Merrick, used to date my sister, right? And I just had a real bad vibe about this guy, right? He wasn't a good dude, right?
Right.
And I didn't even know that he was involved in that, right? This was after he got out of prison. And so I just was like, and then it's just like, you got to get the hell away from him, man. And me and him almost went at it a couple times, like really came close to like me pulling my gun on him. And yeah, it was just like, that was my sister, you know? And so I was just fucking like, Kim, you got to get the hell away from him. And then like she did get away from him. And now I looked, for years, I've always wondered what happened to him. And I looked it up, and he's back in prison for, I think, rape. Crazy
Sweet.
charge. Yeah. Yeah. Just hardcore. Yeah. Not a good dude. Yeah. And just this goes to show you that, you know, I was with him one night, and he hit a $25,000 Keno jackpot. Yeah.
That's it?
25 G's. I mean, well, back then, that was back in the day. That was a pretty good score, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't hear like a 10 out of 10 Keno machine. Are you kidding me? You want to talk about, yeah. I want to talk about, Halley's Comet. don't come along too often. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with that game, so I don't know what that
Keno?
means.
It's the worst odds.
Never played that before.
It's the worst odds out of any game. Any game in the casino, Keno is the worst odds.
But it just pays out high or something when you hit.
Huge. You know, like $1 Keno ticket. You know, like you could be a millionaire if you fill it up. Yeah, in live Keno, but on a machine, they get pretty creative.
You can make $1 million off of $1 in Keno.
Yes, absolutely. I think you can make 5 million. Yeah, make crazy money. You hit the mega jackpot. Yeah,
it's $1.
Yep.
Wow,
that is correct. Yeah. So it's I think it's 80 numbers. 80 numbers, and then you got to select, I think, for like a mega, like, you know, maybe a 15 out of 15 or which is virtually almost impossible. All right, what are we talking about? We're talking about maybe there was a drug in it called mana. Only one I remember was Soma. Soma, yeah. Soma is from Brave New World. Huxley. Did you know? Yeah. Huxley took acid on his deathbed.
That's awesome. He went out tripping.
Yeah, he did. He sure did. He was an interesting fellow. Yes, he did. Huxley. Very interesting. That's a whole interesting rabbit hole, that whole 60s cultural movement. All the change that was happening back then, you know.
Yeah, it's something that escaped me. I was born much later.
Paul says, I want heroin on my deathbed. Yeah, that's, you know, that might put you to sleep nicely, but
well, it's going to take the pain away anyway.
Yeah, it will. And God knows doesn't make that thing make everything seem all right, which is not the truth. All right. Man, we have just kept them right a long time.
All right, Sean. Hey, I'm probably
You're
gonna
gonna
sign off now.
wrap it up.
Yeah, it's getting a little late for me.
Yeah, it is, bro. It is. Well, shit. Thanks, Josh.
But
And,
we had a great conversation. We can do this more. Hopefully, we'll encourage more people to link up and join and have a fruitful conversation and stuff.
yeah, sweet. Sounds great, mate. Thanks again, and yeah, I might just hang around just a little longer.
Yeah, cool, man. I might too. I'll probably stick around and listen, but I just didn't
Okay.
want to just
Yeah. No, all good, bro.
That's cool. So
All
thank you
good,
very much
yeah.
for having me on, and
No worries.
it
But
was
yeah,
cool. It sounds like we reached one or two people in the comments. They might check it out, and
and all
maybe those 2 or 3 people might reach 2 or 3 people. So you never know how many people we reach today.
yeah. Do I have to send you you can upload this on your channel if you want. I don't know. It's up to you.
No, I probably won't. I don't spend much time uploading.
Okay.
The funniest thing is, I don't even have internet connected to my home. I'm doing this right off a cell phone right now, but I don't even have internet at my home. I would have to take my computer, my laptop, to like the nearest Dunkin' Donuts or something with Wi-Fi, because I don't even pay for internet service at my home, which is probably wise. Probably a good thing. I don't have cable either. No TV, no internet. Just you know, just a minimalist. I really don't need that stuff. I'm probably wrong. There's probably gonna be a point in time where I'm gonna need it, but I'm just trying to hold on to like what little bit of humanity we had left before all this technology took over, right?
Oh, I
You know what
hear
I'm
you,
saying?
bro.
Just like
Yeah, man. I'm gonna have to venture out, and I'll learn to how to just stream on my phone.
because we're
I'll
like
go
the
out to
last ones that were born without technology, or
I'll go out to the beach,
not
dude, and run a live from there, bro.
not
So
such modern technology anyway.
yeah, that's my future because it's starting to warm up here in the southern hemisphere, baby. That sun is working its way down here, whether you understand how it does it anyway. It is. It is.
All right.
It's on. It is beach time. It is just try to pretend.
All right, man. Well, I'm
All right,
I'm
my
looking
brother.
forward to a bunch of rain this weekend, so I'm gonna try to ice skate my ass off, and I'll
All
catch
right.
you next time.
All right, my brother. Peace
All right,
out,
you be
John.
good. Later.
You too, man. All right. Yeah, thank you, Joshua. That was good. You got to excuse me with my Nicorette gum. It is tough. It is tough changing, you know? So, yeah, a lot of people are against the poke. They do not want it. Alex is legitimately anxious. About the vax pushers. And I agree. I wouldn't be so anxious about the V if it wasn't for these pushers who seem to want to push things upon me that I do not want. No, Sam, I am. I do not like green eggs and ham. I will not have them. No. Yeah, I'm just not for it. And I am with you, Alex. Hold fast. And Paul says, I have no need to take it. If I was traveling, man, or sick, man, I probably have to. But until then, they can go. Man, I hope I don't like crucify this. How do the Irish say that? They can go folk 'em. I'm sorry, I butchered it. Sorry, my brother. Yeah, loving it, dude. Loving it. There's Sam, I am. I do not like it. Yeah, and so this is the problem here is they're trying to make this world a place where you need to have this certain passport to get on a plane. And I guess they're really trying to push this through in America in the airline industries. And I think it is brutal because I am, separated across an ocean from, my family, my birthplace. I've got birthrights here. And yeah, I'm legitimately banned from traveling at the moment. And it is just shit. So if they get this on, what else will they get on? What's next? All right. So Paul, I see you're like super active in the concave earth community, and I dig it, man. Do you have any friends who are concave earthers in your native land of Ireland? Yeah, that's another interesting thing, right? The Illuminati card game, right? Like that. That would be cool. Let me see. Yeah, I probably can't play this. But yeah, there are some very interesting cards here, right? In fact, let me get out of this. Oh no. Oh no. Let me stop this right now. Sorry. Just hold fast. Grandpa's working on it. All right. Okay, yeah. There's some interesting stuff here. Hang on a second. All right. Alrighty, right. So, those who have rejoined us, or sorry, let's just look at some of these. Hang on a second. I'm a moron. Gun control. That is a huge one. Oh, look at this right here. Epidemic. Right, quarantine. I wish I could zoom in on that. How do I do that? Is that how I do it? I don't know how to do it. I am literally retarded. But anyway. Yeah, that's... All right, I don't know what it says. But we don't need to go into depth. There's the Twin Towers. I mean, like, it's endless. There's Hillary Clinton. She actually has her own card. Like, are you serious? Yeah, so gun control. Look, yeah, this has got to be a new one. That's Pentagon. That happened. Political correctness. Oh, goodness gracious. Doesn't that ring true? Yeah. Washington, same old shit. Hawaii. What's going on in Hawaii? Man, that's a liberal stronghold. And then we got old Trumpster here, right? Orange man bad. The hand of madness. Air magic. Control, baby. Hello. Anyone who's new, welcome. If you're interested in joining, please enter the chat, or I'll enter the chat in the description if you'd like to join. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. Yeah. Well, welcome. Welcome. Trump lost. Deal with it. I absolutely agree. Yes, I have dealt with it. Yeah, I realize it's just a puppet show. I realize there's both sides are equally complicit, but not equally. So I can deal with it. So welcome. Anyway, so when you said Jesus, were you saying like Jesus, or just like Jesus? No, but welcome anyway. Okay. Yeah, let's say so. Paul says, Trump won. To bring on those conspiracies, side back to politics, rope them back in. I agree. Man. I mean, and that's you know what the deal is? If you're looking for a savior, you better look in the mirror. And I shouldn't say that. No, if you're looking for a savior, yeah, it's Jesus Christ, definitely. But if you're looking for like someone to come in and swoop up and save you, yeah, you better realize God given you some amazing freedoms to be able to stand up and for what you believe in. Now, I stand with that old dusty document. I always will. It's not a Democratic or Republican side. Never has been. In fact, it has swayed quite dramatically in years. So I like the idea of a small government. Okay, I like the idea of small government, and I like the idea of freedom to be able to protect my life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's my job, to protect that. That is a God-given right, but it can be taken from you, and it has been taken from you in the past. Not from you personally, but I think if you go very recently back in history in your family, wherever you're from, it's a very different matter. So that's what I think about that. So anyway, if you listen to this channel, you'll know that I think I feel this is a giant puppet show. What they tell you in the media, what they feed you from your documentaries you watch to, it is straight CIA mind control. Get it? I mean, it literally is. Like, they invented television, and you think they're going to let a powerful device go, without them jumping in and controlling what goes on, what you can say and you do. I mean, think how hard was it to get a radio station back in the day just to be able to broadcast. Like, it's not easy. And so it's amazing this age that we can talk about things and share information, and we don't have to go mainstream. But I get lots of news from everywhere, and I like to talk to you guys and get some word from on the ground. Trump smashed people regardless of political affiliation. Well, like, he did smash people. I agree. I mean, he was the man. As far as, like, I don't know, kind of a breath of fresh air. I'm not saying he's a perfect personality or anything, but I tell you one thing, it sure was nice to have a leader stand up and just, have a little bit of balls, a little bit of machismo. I mean, you're the leader of the free world. Act like it. And with this replacement, this is a power play. You want to say whatever about this Trump and this, but this stuff was due to get panned out. Hillary was supposed to win this last election. and she was supposed to get in, but that didn't go to plan. And so they've been chomping at the bit for 4 years to just completely, completely like get rid of that dusty document that's in the way, that nasty, Second Amendment. And, for that order, the First Amendment, and then the press has been completely just, oh man, I never realized just the propaganda, the extent they will go to push this propaganda in your face, especially in this country here in Australia. It is shocking. It is 247. Wake up. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, it is literally, the news is all 100% about that, that thing that's engulfing everybody's attention, and how many cases there are, and the medical expert just coming out and proclaiming, she proclaimed the new world order. She's like, you're not going to be able to board a plane. This is the new world order. She literally says that. I got to see if I can pull that lady up. Excuse me if I'm a little fumbly, because I'm kind of retarded when it comes to this, so bear with me. Yeah, here I'm going to put this up in the chat. Yeah, so Paul, I thought about moving to Australia once. Good job I didn't. Seems mad over yonder, man. It is far from home, bro. And I'll tell you what, there's I met quite a few Irish over here, and it is the most amazing country, bro. Like, so I came here last time. It was I don't know, maybe about 13, 14 years ago. Just as a quick vacation, 6 months. And it was just really cool. A little more, just how you going, a little more loose, not too much problems. I mean, a lot of parties and just real cool. And then in the 70s, it was unbelievable when I used to come here when I was a kid. And it's amazing. And I hate to say, because Australia is my home. Australia is my birthright. My mother was born here in Australia. They hear my accent, but don't get it twisted. My roots go deep into Newcastle, Australia here. This is coal country, and my great grandfather was born right down on the wharf there in a beautiful place called Carrington, which is now $1 million homes, right? But back in that day, it was like the bowels of the earth, the steel mill. I mean, this was a steel town. This was the BHP. It's called the Broken Hill Proprietary. It's a big company, and they're into coal and into steel, and it was a massive plant. And the Japs tried to blow it up during the war. In fact, this was a working town, and now it's changed. Now the whole downtown, they've completely changed it and ran all the bars off. So there's not a lot of nightlife, and it's a lot of high rises and bougie places, and it just doesn't seem to be they're definitely upscaling. Yeah, making it more. Yeah, so we've got this whole thing going on down here about this climate change thing. We're going to go net zero, which is just ridiculous. So they're making it harder to drive and harder to travel, and yay. Right? Change is good. Joe got 80 million votes, right? Yeah. Gosh, has anyone seen those, chants going across social media on YouTube? Fuck Joe Biden. Man, those are crazy. Let's look at one of those. Man, there's almost too many here. Let's go. Yeah, let's play that one, I guess. I don't know how much we can play of it without me getting shut down. I was hoping to get a stadium. Man, I'm a fucking idiot. Man, they're everywhere. Holy cow. Yeah, I could play this. Hang on. Let me retarded mute myself here real quick. Oh, shit.
Real live proof. Today is a
Thank you to all of our partners. Oh my God, it's just such an unbelievable moment.
Brandon, you also told me, as you can hear the chants from the crowd, let's go, Brandon. Brandon, you told me you were going to kind of hang back those first two stages and just watch and learn. What did you learn that helped you there in those closing laps?
Oh my God, it was learning how each line didn't stay to one. And everything shifted top to bottom so much that it was kind of like, okay, let's just stay patient where we're at and hope for the best. And we saw our moment.
real live proof.
Such an unbelievable.
So, anyway, let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. So, I mean, even when, it's dead in their face, the media is going to sit there and pretend like they don't hear. They aren't going to ask the questions that need to be asked. They're not going to do any of those things. And Man, how can you trust just about anything they say? I don't know. Yeah, we love you too, Alex. Yep, Alex says he loves us. Or I don't. Alex. Dragonfly. That Alex is a bitchin' symbol. And also one of my favorite albums, Dragonfly. Ziggy Marley. That is right. Big Papa here has been known to play a little reggae. Yeah, and that is one of my favorite. Ziggy Marley is, yeah, and that's a very, very special album. Kind of, how you listen to certain things and it takes you back to this certain place in your life. And that's a very good kind of place when I listen to that album. Yeah. Yeah, I think about falling in love. Yeah. In fact, yeah, that is quite the reason that, I do have. Yeah. What do you mean we're respectable and appreciative? Why wouldn't we be? Alex. I think Alex is a good dude. I totally do believe anyone who would sit here and watch me for this long. Yeah, it's definitely all right in my book. Play some Steve Hughes. Are you allowed to post a link in the chat for me to put up? I'm so retarded. Steve Hughes, I'll look him up. Oh, really? Okay. So he's got kind of like I don't know, man. I've been so out of the loop, Paul. So back when I left, was that Free Chan hangout was happening, and there was a lot of characters in there, and it was kind of fun to go in there and banter a bit, and I did enjoy the community, and at times it could get toxic, at times it could be so funny. Yeah. So yeah, I learned to not take myself so seriously. That's why I think healthy debate is good. And I'm not even talking about debate. Let's just say healthy conversation is, I mean, we have to be able to meet somewhere, and, and so many of these debates I watch, and it's just a headbutting situation, which is not conducive for anybody learning anything, right? Yeah. So yeah, the whole, what, or you want to cover the whole transgender issue? Them trying to feminize the male. Man, they've really done a number. Well, I'm going to take off for just one. I need to get some water. I'll be right back in 2 seconds. And yeah, we'll talk about this, because this is something that's very strange that has been on my mind. So back in 2.
What's wrong with you? Get on together and see if you can watch that. Yeah.
Oh, that through? Yeah.
Yeah, because I think that'll help me a great deal more. Where's the phone?
Oh, it's back here.
You got it? Shorty, you got the phone? Hello.
No.
It might be Mike.
Here it is. Hello? Hello? Hang on, she's right here. Sorry, it's Noah.
Hello.
Man, I'm so hopeless. Sorry. I'm so hopeless. Sorry about that. Yeah. Yeah. So, what do we want to talk about? You guys want to talk about I'm not always up at this time. Okay. Yeah. Why don't one of you guys just join in? I'll let you take control. Happy with that? Okay, 6 minutes. Okay, I'm going to give him. And you said his name is Alex Hughes. Is that what you said? I'm such a sorry. Steve Hughes. All right. We'll try this.
Thank you.
So I guess it's which one, bruh? About the gays? Oh, you said that about the gays. Oh shit! Hang on.
Really
Hang on 1 second. I gotta mute my mic. I am a noob, and I don't know if I can just mute it like this. I am not sure if this maybe I'll just unplug the damn thing. How about that? And I will play this. So sit back, relax, and we're gonna watch. I guess this is Australian comedy, which is cool by me. All right, here we go.
Act this evening is the closing act of the series. We know you're going to love him. He's not talking about the news. He's just going to make you laugh. Would you please put your hands together and welcome Mr. Steve Hughes?
All right. You just witnessed the beginning of the apocalypse. Thank you, sir. I'm actually originally from Australia, and it's good to be up. Been here about 10 years, and been here for the summer. The summer has been fucking brilliant this year. Here in London, 2 weeks of fucking sun, and I'm not being patronising. It's fucking excellent, and no, it is, because actually you have a better summer than Australia, because it's actually bearable. You know, in fucking Australia, it's hot as fucking shit. You understand? For months at a time, and then Europeans go, "How come the Aboriginals didn't build anything?" Because it's hot as fucking shit. You understand? You want to build a castle? Fuck that. I'm going to the beach. What are you fucking talking about? I used to live in Manchester, which I like a lot. I don't know if anyone's from North up here. And it's cool up there. I like it. Sorry, darling. Birmingham. Well, it's Midlands. We're talking fucking north, mate. Manchester. And I lived in the right in the city there, and right near Canal Street, and, which is the gay part of Manchester. It's a very openly gay scene up in Manchester. It's very cool. But this fella, it's quite a strange thing. This fella in Manchester, he came up to me one day and he goes, you know, if you wear an earring in your right ear, which I do, he said, in England, that means you're gay. It's fucking weird. It does. Well, it's weird, mate. See, in Australia, it's when you got your cock in another man's ass. Fucking oath there. You got a lot of catching up to do. And I'll admit I've got some homophobic friends. No, none of us are supposed to be like that anymore because of the age of political correctness, which is actually intellectual colonialism and psychological fascism for the creation of thought crime. But I've got some homophobic friends, and they're very funny, and a lot of people go, what, they're homophobic? Well, they shouldn't be. Well, they are. Well, they should stop it. Well, they're not. Well, they should. Well, you go and tell them. I mean, they're not mental cases, my mates. They don't hit gay men. They're not waiting in the woods with a crossbow. They're not fucking insane. Right? They just don't like it, and that's the fucking deal. And they're very funny, mate. One of my mates especially, he's my age and he still can't deal with it. He's tried, but I saw him about a month ago and he's still freaking out. I don't like him, mate. I don't like him. I'm going, who? He goes, the poofters, mate. The gays, mate. I don't like them. I said, why not, mate? He goes, I'll tell you why not. Because they're not real men and they're not tough. They're not tough. Huh? They fuck men. That's hardly gay. What a straight men want. Ooh, I want a woman. Soft and feminine. What do you want, Dave? I want to fuck a bloke. I want a big, strong bloke to fuck me in the ass. Is that a bit tough for you and your pussy-loving mates? Is it? Fuck you, because we want cock, son. Cock! Yeah, you go and play with your girly tits, you fucking gay lord. Go on. Straight. It's the new gay. Oh, which it is. I know it is. We live in the corporate age where everyone, no men are left. I've seen young straight fellas wandering around these days. You've seen them. You know them, don't you? The ones with their little pre-ripped jeans and their Tony and Guy haircuts. They're thinking they understand women because they bought a belt. Have you seen them? You know who I'm talking about. Don't you? Women know who I'm talking about. They come up to them all the time. Hi, how are you? I just want to fucking pull your trousers up, you stupid prick. Now, thank you. It's not just me developing hate in the street. You'll suck and see your underwear, you fuckwit. I mean, I don't hate them, really. I don't hate them. They're just fucking guys, and they've been stripped of their testicles because of the corporate entity. And I see them in the gym, the poor little bastards. I do feel sorry for them because they're in there, you know, and they're working out, but then they're in the dressing rooms and it takes them months to get out of there because they're all gelled up and shaved up and moisturized. Which is a good thing, maybe, because, you know, if I was going to fuck a guy, that's how I'd want him. So, yeah. You know, some fat, hairy mutant hanging over you. Football! You don't want that. You want some crisp, minty chap, don't you? Smooth and tight like a lozenge. Have a brilliant night. Thank you.
Let's see. Is that working? Let me check that microphone. Test. Yeah, it's working. Well, yeah, that was pretty damn good, and it's good to see that Aussie spirit. I'm wondering where that is. What? What are you sorry for, bro? I've got nothing. Oh no! Did we get? Oh shit! Oh no! Oh wow! Bummer. So we're out. It's canceled. Ah. Oh well. What a bummer. Oh man. Oh well, I guess I'd have to back out. Huh? What a trip. Man, bummer. I've never had to deal with this part before. Oh no. Let me see. Oh wow.